10:08 p.m.
7:08.
Sorry, 7:08. It's 10:08 here. There is no assigning of the attendance sheet. Approval of the minutes. We do have minutes.
Yeah.
Lalo, you're an expert on the minutes.
I was gonna ask to Maddie or Jessica, were y'all able to recover the audio from the special meeting that we had?
Yeah, I have audio. I just haven't finished transcribing it quite yet.
Okay.
I'm hoping definitely by the end. Probably when I send these minutes, the 6 minutes, I'll probably send the special meeting minutes.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks. In that case, it's the minutes from. I motion to approve the minutes from March 31st.
Is there a second?
I second.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Can we just do this by raising your hands in the? Does everybody know how to raise their hand feature in the chat? Council members.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to raise my hand. Why can't I do it? I don't think I can raise my hand because I'm a host.
Co-hosts cannot raise their hand.
Okay. Well, my hand is raised, Robert.
Lalo, is there? Do you need? Is Kim? Are Kim and I the host?
I'm the host.
Okay.
Lalo is the host.
Yeah.
Fernando is a co-host. Robert, you're a co-host.
Okay. Please, Lalo, it'd be easier if you could just. I don't know if you can remove yourself as a host, so then I can just vote easier that way.
I think I can. Let me make Fernando the host.
Okay.
I think that makes more sense. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to do all in favor, all against, all abstaining, and we'll raise our hands. So for the minutes, all in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there anybody else that wanting to vote? All against?
Oh, let me lower my hand.
Yeah, Kim, what's up?
Oh, I didn't vote because I'm trying to figure out how to.
Okay, so 9. So 9. Okay, so never mind. So by a motion of 9 to 0 to 0, the motion passes and the minutes are approved. Okay. Great. Now we're going on to the approval of the agenda. So I have 2 amendments to the agenda. The first, or are they? Actually, if anybody else wants to go.
While Robert looks, I have a discussion item for the Academic Senate.
Okay.
Okay. Discussion item for the Academic Senate.
Do you want me to help you with it, Kim?
I got it. It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we add a discussion item about the letter from E-Board, J-Board, and myself? And if we get to it, then we get to it. And that's actually it from me.
Do we have to move up the action items one by one, or can we just motion?
We can motion it all, I think. We can just motion to move it all. And it doesn't have to be something we vote on. So somebody can just move it.
Oh, well, can we move it all until right after public comment? Would that work? Yeah. Okay.
The what?
Every action item.
Okay.
Yeah, here I can help you with it.
Yeah, that would help me too. Other items. Anybody striking their officer reports?
Strike ARC, but not CAC.
Oh, strike travel grant and academic success referendum too, please.
Strike capital contingency, please.
We have 11 now. Strike OCHC.
Wait, Naomi, it's ARC, AS, and both of them? Both of your funding?
Both of mine.
Okay.
For some reason, it's not letting me admit Isabel. Can another host admit her?
I think
Strike GR3.
I think only Fernando can.
Can you strike ISR also, please?
Can you strike SWC Programming Fund?
I got it, Ken. I'm gonna strike mine just because my stuff we're gonna be talking about during the budget / funding.
Efficiency.
Anybody else? Any officer reports?
I'm moving up the action items right now.
Isabel said strike to her officer report. Fernando, can you admit the person who's waiting? Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. If there's nothing else, is there a motion? Or sorry, did we strike the MOU? Did somebody already take that off?
I don't even think it was on the agenda.
It wasn't
Okay.
on the agenda at all.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Then if that's it, is there a motion?
I motion to
I'm-
approve. The privilege is amended.
I second.
Okay, Brandon seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand.
I'm going. There you go.
This is so much easier. Okay.
Robert, you can't mess up this count.
Okay, keep your hands raised, y'all. And can someone admit people? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
There we
3,
go.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is somebody not raising their hand to approve the agenda? 1, 2, 3.
I think Isabel said yes. I'm not sure if that
Hey,
was.
sorry, I just joined. What's up?
Oh, we're voting to approve the agenda.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I think it's 11 to 0 to 0 then. The agenda is approved. Okay, with that, we're going to move right into UCPD. Do we have a representative from UCPD here?
I don't think so. I was just assuming because like every first meeting of the month, usually someone comes.
Yeah.
If not, then whatever.
Okay. If we don't have anyone here, that's fine.
Were they given the Zoom link?
Everything should be public on Facebook.
I don't think UCPD looks at your Facebook,
Okay.
so they may not have known how to join the meeting.
Oh.
You may want to do outreach to him for next week.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, if that's okay, Kim.
Yeah.
We're all adjusting, so. Okay, with that, we're going to move into public comment. So public comment on this online platform, each public commenter shall have 2 minutes to speak one time. This is the opportunity for the public to speak. We generally don't allow the public to speak for the rest of the meeting. So please, if you have a comment to make from the public, now is the time to do so. For 2 minutes, we just ask that you're respectful of people's time. So with that, members of the public, if you all can just raise your hands, like in the participant chat, that would be useful for me to be able to call on you all. So with that, people who would like to make public comment, please raise your hand. Sithara, hello.
Hi guys. I hope you're all doing well. First of all, I just wanted to say I hope that you all were able to get home safe if you went home, and that you're all doing healthy right now. I wanted to give you guys a couple of updates on what CalPERG is up to this quarter. So we are transitioning to remote organizing, so we're still going to be around working on all of our issues and representing UCLA students. So for the spring quarter, our focus is going to be our New Voters Project campaign. We're trying to get ready for the 2020 elections and also work to make sure that we have absentee ballot and mail-in options so that people are able to vote and make their voice heard without having to risk their public health by going to vote in person at their polling place. As well as we're going to be laying the groundwork to have a really strong vote coalition on campus for fall 2020 and make sure that we have a lot of institutional systems in place to make it a lot easier for students to register and get out to the polls. We've also added a public health campaign. So since we are a public interest group, we work on public health issues and have in the past. And so we're adding a campaign to increase access to COVID-19 testing. So we're working to push the federal administration to give everyone who needs a test access to a test. I know Isabel actually already shared our petition. And so I just wanted to ask if you guys are able to, if you could circulate that. I can put the link to it in the chat, as well as I also have a graphic for it if any of you guys are interested, but it would be super helpful if you could help circulate that. We're trying to get the federal administration to actually, increase this access to testing so that we have a better idea of how many people are sick, and can actually plan from there. We've also been working on a Pledge to Stay Home campaign to get students to take the Pledge to Stay Home, to get members of our generation to really take this seriously, and stay home and socially isolate. And we're continuing our work on our affordable textbooks campaign, which I think our campaign coordinator is also going to make a public comment on, and our plastics campaign to stop the fossil fuel industry from using this crisis to try to repeal plastic bag bans, which they're doing right now. So we're working to stand up to that. But yeah, I just wanted to also say thank you guys for everything you've been doing right now to make sure students are able to transition at this time and have access to resources. And let me know if there's anything that we can do to help any of those efforts.
Thank you, Sithara. Prab.
Hi everyone, I'm Prab. I'm California's Affordable Texas Campaign Coordinator and Chapter Secretary. Hope you guys are all doing okay, especially with everything going on. I definitely miss UCLA. So I just wanted to give you an update on our campaign. We're working to make textbooks more affordable across the entire UC system with an open textbook grant program, which we actually have right here on campus. So we're trying to expand that to the entire UC system. And in that sense, I guess I'll give you a rundown of what open textbooks actually are. So open textbooks are made up of using open resources, which are faculty written and peer reviewed. So they're just as good as normal textbooks, but they're published under an open license, which means they're open access, completely free to the public and accessible. And we're working to make that happen at the UC-wide level. So open resources actually do offer so much potential for society. We can advance in so many ways with them. And we're seeing that especially in light of COVID-19, that open access to information is really, really important. Just because you're a researcher at a really small institution, your institution can't afford to have access to a journal with all that information, you could be making discoveries. It just doesn't make sense if you don't have access to that information. Especially with the transition to online learning, a lot of publishing companies are working with professors to give free access codes. The only issue with that is professors are completely making their curriculum based around those access codes, which means students are going to have to pay the cost going into the next couple of quarters after COVID-19 hopefully comes to a resolution. So we're still doing our campaign remotely. We're still building up a lot of support. We actually had a letter to the editor event last week. We submitted 8 letters to the editor calling the region to action for this open textbook program and to make textbooks more affordable. And the rest of the quarter, we're still going to be working on this issue as well. And we're going to be working to connect faculty to these resources. We actually have a meeting with Regent Ortiz Oakley on Monday, which is super exciting. But that is essentially my update for you. Hopefully I'll have more for you next week. But thank you guys so much for the work that you're doing. Stay safe. I am thinking of you.
Thank you, Prab. Any other members of the public, would you like to give public comment? Just raise your hand. Anybody? Last call for public comment on any of the items on the agenda for today. Okay. With that, we will conclude public comment then at 7:23 p.m. Thank you all for coming out and speaking. And we'll move right into election board updates. Nabi.
Cool. Hi everyone. I sent out an email to the USA Council, the general email address with my presentation / slides for today. So I'm not sure if those have been circulated. I mean, I guess I could also screen share if I'm allowed to, if that makes things easier.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, cool. Let's do that. Oh, host disabled attendee screen sharing, so I can't.
Ooh, 1
Yeah,
second.
that would be.
Does one of the hosts who has it want to share it for him and then he can describe it?
I just sent it to everybody in the chat. I figured that might be the way to do it. So just want to make sure, is everybody accessing the presentation okay? Oh, perfect. Okay, nice. If you want to go ahead and move, click a slide, Fernando. Okay, cool. So in terms of some general updates, this is my last council meeting, likely just, so I'm sure some of you are excited to hear that. Some of you maybe will be sad to miss me, but nonetheless, it's my last meeting. So just a couple of general updates. So we're powering ahead on finding substitute events. We've initiated a partnership with an organization called Ballotpedia and NCIV, which is, and they have this platform where it basically allows candidates to record videos and scrolls through them with like a moderator. And it's kind of like they call it undebate, because I mean, candidates can't necessarily interact with each other, but there is some level of interactivity and the audience can kind of like scroll through it. So we're excited to kind of work with them on that and see how we can apply that and as a substitute for the candidates. We're settling in on the fact that we're probably going to do Zoom webinar for debates. We're doing something called candidate profiles on our website, and it'll be campaign profiles, not just candidate profiles, so referendum as well, where we're asking the campaigns to submit video statements, and they'll have an opportunity. And we also we did something new this year called candidate outlines, where they could submit their experiences and their platforms, and we're kind of like piecing these different like pieces of information together to create like this semi-comprehensive voter guide, if you will. So that's how we're trying to like substitute the normal types of engagement and events that we'd see during a normal academic year. Changes to the election calendar, as we all know, social media advertising starts tomorrow. This isn't really a change, but we decided. We decided to add what's called entries that are due to the election calendar, because for those of you that are candidates or running a referenda, you know that you have to submit the entries the day before that the actual expense accounts are due, and then the submission is actually due. So I just wanted to let everybody know that happened, so that you aren't so that everybody isn't confused. And campaign orientation really went really well. And then yesterday night I had an optional walkthrough, which I just went over all the documents that are front and central to this election cycle, and it was optional for the candidates to attend. And I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do for endorsements, given the unique situations. Been busy with finding the substitute events and other things, so where my team is working on that. Fernando, if you want to move ahead. Okay.
This meeting is being recorded.
Cool. So one thing that I'm going to ask council vote on today is adding a regulation 4 to the social media guidelines. The discretion that council voted to empower me with, ends this upcoming I say Thursday or Friday, the 10th, whichever day that is. I've lost track of time and dates sitting in my house. But this regulation of a form of it already existed in the social media guidelines, but this essentially allows me to create new temporary social media guidelines and approval processes during the election season for platforms or campaigning mediums not mentioned in these guidelines. If we don't introduce a measure like this, and I think we all can agree there's like probably hundreds of different social media platforms, candidates might be able to get away with prohibited behavior on on one platform or another because there's not a strict approval process in place. So the way that we thought would best address this is to issue temporary guidelines that expire at the conclusion of the spring election. And this would only apply for stuff that isn't explicitly mentioned already in the social media guidelines. This section in its current form existed in the social media guidelines, except for instead of saying to specify new temporary social media guidelines, it said it talked in particular to hashtagging and tagging mechanisms for novel platforms. I'm not sure if what the process is here because I don't know if it was on the agenda or not, but I think it's important for us to consider this today. So maybe someone can chime in.
Is this what the action item designation was for this agenda item, Navi?
Sorry?
So there's this has an action item indicator next to it
Yeah,
on the
so
agenda.
this was one of them.
Okay. So typically on the agenda, like one action item marker indicates one vote, but we can change that, I guess, for today. And given that that's not detailed in that level of specific, that's not specifically outlined. So we can do a motion and a vote right now if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that is.
Are there council members that have questions before we do this?
I'm just wondering, Navi, would it make more sense to motion to add this or just like motion to extend adding the motion of extending your discretion up until like the end of elections? I'm wondering what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I personally would have preferred the extension of discretion because there's a lot of nitpicking and there's a lot of things in the election code that might not necessarily apply. But in a call with Dr. Geller, she mentioned that it probably wouldn't be the best idea for council to extend my discretion any further, given that campaigning is going to be starting and that I shouldn't necessarily be changing guidelines and procedures as the election cycle proceeds, which I agree with, and nor would I do. It was more just to address some of the more procedural components. But at this point, I think that I'm going to try to have everything wrapped up by April 10th. For example, those endorsements information, so that everything was done in the time period that I had discretion. And that way I don't have to do anything in violation of the code afterwards. And if something ends up happening, then I can just report that to council.
Gotcha. Okay.
Dr. Geller, am I kind of getting that conversation correctly, or did I talk about it?
Well done.
Okay.
Okay, so any other questions or is there a motion?
There's no questions on a motion. I motion to add regulation 4 to the social media guidelines. Does that work?
I second.
Okay. Can everyone raise their hand who's voting yes? Or sorry, Millen. We're doing the raising hand emoji on the participants.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
On the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So Millen, there's like a how do we do? I don't even know how to. Let me see if I can do
If
it.
you go to participants,
Press participants, and then you can press raise hand.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Zoom out of it all.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. So. Okay. There's 8 right now. Is everybody else voting? Is anybody else voting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Is someone not voting? Brandon?
There might be abstentions.
Abstaining.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So 10. Is there a vote against? Any votes against? So please unraise your hand if you are not voting for this. Okay.
Before you finalize the vote, anyone who is a candidate at this point should be abstaining from all things related to elections.
Okay. So I'm going to redo that vote then. Yeah. Okay. All in favor again. Can people raise their hands? Okay. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9. All against. All. Shahama, you're not. Are you against? Okay, I'm sorry. And then abstaining. Okay, 3. So by motion of 9 to 0 to 3, the motion passes and regulation 4 is added to the social media guidelines. Awesome. Continue on, Navi.
Cool. Fernando, if you want to go ahead and click the button. Now, what I'm sure you all are just waiting to see, the ballot presentation. So with 35 applications submitted, all the candidates passed the eligibility check. The code requires me to report the results of the candidate eligibility check in writing. So here is candidates passed eligibility check. 2 candidates withdrew before the point of no return deadline. So there's 33 actual candidates in the cycle. So the field isn't necessarily as big as some years. I want to say it was like 39, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But as you'll soon see, it's much more competitive per spot. Like there's not like 9 people running for president. There's much fewer, and it's like distributed out. And there are 3 referenda on the ballot. I know there's been talk of trying to remove, I think, SOS, but as of right now, since the referenda was added via vote of council, I do not have the authority to take it off. You all must vote to take it off. So there is 3 referenda on the ballot as of right now. And then all the non-commissioned offices are contested. Did I spell? I think I spelled. No, maybe. And so that means that there's going to be no fall special elections. Every spot has a candidate, and there are 2 slates for the people and cost-cutting innovations. And Fernando, if you want to go ahead and move forward. Here are the counts for each office and the names of the individuals running. So there are 2 instances where individuals withdrew. So for example, number 9, Office 9, Facilities Commissioner, the count is 2. That was excluding the individual that withdrew, which means 3 candidates filed for Office of the Facilities Commissioner. And for number 12, Transfer Student Representative, that means that 5 candidates originally filed and met the eligibility check, but only 4 will appear on the ballot. And then something that I did want to bring up, Gabriela Hernandez, whose name is designated by an asterisk, she's running for Transfer Student Representative. She did submit a withdrawal, but she submitted it more than 24 hours later than our required deadline. So the board is still currently figuring out what our steps should be in that instance.
Okay. Can you hold it here just for another minute so people can get a look, Navi? If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know we have the doc too, so.
And I'll be posting this to Facebook as well. So I don't like have to fervently take screenshots or pictures or whatever.
Okay. Any questions on this? Anybody? Oh.
Yeah, actually, I guess what happens, I guess, in Gabriella's case is she's just still on the ballot.
Currently, she's still on the ballot. I'm going to be talking in further detail about the situation with my vice chair. We just consulted Chris, who's our appointed administrative advisor, and he told us, think about it. It's in your discretion. I'm leaning towards just like I believe in that a deadline is a deadline, but I also think that it might be a disservice to to leave her on the ballot. So I'm currently weighing those 2 options, if that answers your question. And I'll come up with something after talking to some of my vice chair, probably by tomorrow.
Okay, I was just curious. Thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions for Navi? Okay, I think you're good to go, Navi.
Cool. And then I think there's another slide not related to this, but related. Oh yeah, there is. Sorry, there is. This is part of the ballot as well. The 3 referenda, their approved language as their OP approved language, and then their designated campaign representative.
Okay, so I just realized we didn't even add this to, or at least from what I saw, we haven't added the removal of SOS yet to the agenda. Maybe now would be a good time to add that and then to vote on it.
Motion to add the removal of SOS to the agenda.
Is there a second?
Motion dead.
Is there?
I second.
I don't know who second, but Naomi second. Okay. Or was that Millen who seconded? I can't see.
I think we both did, so you could choose
Oh,
one.
okay. Sure. Millen seconded. Can everybody raise their hand if you're in favor of adding it to the agenda? This is to add it to the agenda, not to vote to remove it. Just so people know. Okay, I'm gonna start counting. Okay, 9. Is everybody 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Some people might be abstaining.
9. Okay. Against? Please unraise your hand if you voted. It's easier for me. Okay. Any against? And abstaining? 1, 2. Okay. I feel like we're missing one person that's voting, but it's 9 to 0 to 2.
I think someone stepped away. That's why.
Okay. Thank you, Lalo. 9 to 0 to 2, the motion passes, and the action item vote to remove SOS is added to the agenda. Okay. With that, does somebody want to? Does everybody before we do this understand why we're removing SOS for? Or do people have questions about that? This was a decision that ultimately Kalechi, Tara, and myself came to as the people that were really leading this referendum. And if anybody has questions, that's fine. Brandon,
Do you
have
want
a
to
question?
maybe? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Melanie.
Do you want to maybe give like a quick short summary as to why, like, it should be, or why we're asking for it to be removed?
Yeah. So Tara, Kalechi, and I had a long, and I'd love to hear from them too, had a long conversation just about the circumstances of being online right now, the financial hardship that folks are going through, and how although this referendum is very important, and I think all three of us understand the importance of it happening at some point, that this year, especially with other referenda on the ballot, might not be the best year to pursue it. So that's the main reason. I also just think like logistical difficulties were difficult too, because I know I don't want to speak on behalf of Tara Kalechi, but I know that some of us were wanting to organize around other things, including another referendum, and therefore I don't think we're at capacity to potentially move forward with this. But Tara and Kalechi, do you all have anything you'd like to add?
What we had talked about in our group me as well, but it just, I mean, to me, it just doesn't feel right for a lot of students. They're upset they're not even getting their feedback from this quarter to put forward another fee increase. It doesn't seem like something that is very sensitive right now to me, and I don't think, I have a lot of like concerns about whether we'll even make the margin for it to pass, and I also believe like if we are putting more effort towards a referenda that we think one is going to pass right now, we felt like there may be other things that were more worth our effort than this, if we had to choose between two.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments by anybody? I think I'll just reemphasize that like this is a very important referendum, and the problem that is addressed and the problems that are addressed in this referendum will not go away, specifically in regards to our office funding. That will only get worse. Brew and Bash is only going to get worse in terms of like their lack of funding. So this is something that I really believe in, and it was like really hard to make this decision because of how much work we put into it. But I think it's like ultimately the right decision to delay this until next year or another year in the near future. And Tara, Kalechi, and I had talked about making sure we keep this language and like pass it on to our successors so that they're aware of it and can make a decision on if they want to move forward. So that's I guess the large point too. Any questions or comments before we vote on it? And somebody can make a motion if they want.
I motion to remove the SOS referendum from the ballot.
I second.
Okay, raise your hand, all in favor. Okay, I'm going to start counting. 1. Okay, 10, all against. All abstaining. I lost my, there we go. Okay, 2. So by a motion of 10 to 0 to 2, the motion passes and the SOS referendum is removed from the ballot this year. Okay, Navi, I'll hand it back to you.
Cool. So yeah, this is going into our proposal for the additional funds for giveaways. So I'm not exactly sure if we should talk about that now or if there's a different section. I don't know where exactly we're at in terms of the agenda. Someone want to let me know?
Can I ask a question about the budget?
We're good to address this. We can talk about this and vote on this now.
Yeah, giveaway items allocation. Okay, yeah. Let me just kind of talk about it, and then I don't know who said that, but yeah, you can feel free to ask me questions afterwards.
Oh, sorry. Before we move forward, I just received guidance on something. I think, Navi, can you go back to the ballot with the candidates?
I don't have access, but I think Fernando.
This. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, for the candidate, Gabriella is the one who wants to be removed. I would make a suggestion that council just votes to remove her then from the ballot.
I would probably advise against that because that sets a precedent that council can remove people from the ballot, even if they necessarily want to. I think it should be left up to the board, though we agree with you. I'm just saying as a matter of principle, you probably shouldn't vote on that.
Dr. Geller, do you want to address that possibly?
Yeah, I mean, if someone has made it clear that they're not wanting to participate, leaving them on against their wishes also feels inappropriate. I agree 100% that it would be wrong for council to remove anyone who had not asked to be removed. I don't think it would set a precedent to allow that to occur, to authorize the removal of someone who has submitted the paperwork for removal.
Okay. Then in that case, I will just remove her right now. That way council can make a cleaner motion.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Navi. That's fine. That's a good compromise. Okay. With that, we can continue. And sorry, Mahika, I know you had a question, and by all means, ask it.
Okay, so as you all know, we're trying to receive a little bit more funding for giveaways, given the unique situation posed by COVID-19 in terms of all the election events being online and USAC students kind of being distributed around the country, if not the globe. So one of the questions that came up is like, why can't the elections board fund it out of our own budget? And so I thought I would kind of just walk everybody through what our budget looks like. And at first glance, we have a pretty sizable amount of money. The issue is a lot of it is like kind of is restricted in a sense. So the red box is money that we can is money that we can touch. It's kind of the money that is ours. The blue box is all the money that we received through applications, because as you all remember, I talked a lot about how I wanted to apply to a wide variety of different funding sources to cover the cost of events. So you can kind of see candidate orientation, meet the candidates too, those kinds of things. I think they're coming from contingency. That's our contingency allocation. So once again, not money that we can control. In terms of the red box money, we really can't touch assistants because that's staff salaries, and I had already moved. If you remember, council had allowed me to move that money into marketing to augment that. In terms of supplies, it will be zeroed out. For services subscriptions, we have roughly 6K in there, but 6K is committed to MyUCLA for ballot costs. Graphics is unrestricted, which is probably our biggest pot. So with graphics, we actually plan to do a lot of on-campus on-campus publicity. So that has actually opened up quite a bit more. But now that everything's online, we have to spend more than proportionally on social media ads and the platforms that we need to host our event online. And then for the Daily Bruin advertising, it says 7.5K, but 5K has already been spent in the fall. The Daily Bruin has not yet invoiced us though. And then we have 2.5K committed for the upcoming cycle. We do have 2K for social media advertising, but that's going to be supplemented by the graphics. And then the programming is unrestricted, but we want to turn that into, but we're turning that into social media giveaways to try to foster more engagement with our pages, because like we're going to feature candidates and just information about the elections on there. And so if you calculate like technically all the money, we'll say quote unquote available, it's $27,490. But then I listed out what's committed, and you can kind of see that the costs there. And in this budget, which I wasn't initially planning to do, I did set aside money for candidate reimbursements. So like it says 3.3K because there's 33 candidates, so about $100 each. If we're not able to receive giveaways, that is probably going to be one of the places where I not attack, that's a really aggressive word. I'll use funds from that line item to fund giveaways. And then we do have some uncommitted funds, but I realize this and I really would like to do like a tech grant for candidates, because we're requiring candidates to do like, or we're not requiring, we would like candidates to do like videos and things to foster online engagement. And I realize that like some people might only have webcams, or some people might have like bad internet, and so they can't participate in like the debates and things like that. So I wanted to kind of start like just like a $2,000 like pot for candidates that can afford those types of things, so that they're not at an so that they're not at a super disadvantage compared to others running for that office. That's what I was planning to do with the other the current uncommitted funds.
Brandon, it looks like you have your hand raised, but Mahika, I know you also had a question. So Mahika.
Yeah, well, thanks Navi for putting this all out. I just had like a couple questions about some of the line items that you've listed as committed, because they just don't seem that consistent with what I'm aware of. So for example, like the Zoom webinar, I looked it up and it's like $53 a month for that service. So I'm confused as to why you need $1,000 for it. And then social media ads, like even if you were blasting them on like, let's say Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, like all of those promotions like really only cost like maybe $15 a week at maximum. So I'm just like confused as to why you need that much money for those particular items.
Okay, I mean, this isn't first of all, like, this is money we already have. I'm just kind of trying to lay out what our current costs are to kind of better, better service my case. But to answer your questions, so Zoom webinar, that subscription is actually, if you can find the costs on the UCLA software instructional development page. And that's actually because we go through UCA, since we have a UCLA Zoom license, and that cost is considerably more higher. And even when I did an internet search for it, I don't know where exactly the monthly amount is coming from, because the webinar is an add-on that determines, or that the webinar is an add-on that is like done at the capacity of the meeting. So there's like 100, I think there's like 200, 500. And there's like different tiers, if you will. And so we applied for like a pretty high tier, because of the amount of candidates that because the amount of candidates that we have, the amount of campaign staff that we think we're going to come, and because this is going to be in partnership with the Daily Bruin, so we think that we're going to get a pretty good amount of engagement. So if you check on I'm just like, I've been communicating with this with Vong, I believe.
Yeah, no, I see what you're looking at. Thanks for clarifying. So I think it says for basically like it's an add-on, but it's still billed monthly. So like basically what you were saying, but even it only comes up to 1,000 if you're allowing for like 3,000 participants in the webinar, and then 1,000 is like $350. I'm just like I guess my main point of like asking these questions is like I feel like, in my personal opinion, and other council members should, and you as well should weigh in. But I feel like if you have like over around 3,000 or over $3,000 for social media giveaways, like I don't really see like why you would need more, because that's already a lot of money.
Yeah, so I mean, the next slide we'll talk a little bit more about our request and the level of it, which is substantially more. Because with at 3,000, we're just, well, first of all, the 3,000 for social media is ads, and we really do need to use advertising to like our maximum capability. And when I did boosted ads for I want to say candidate, yeah, I did boosted ads for candidate applications, and I did boosted ads for staff recruitment. And so those numbers are coming from what the Facebook platform was giving us, like the algorithm was giving us for the reach that we wanted to, and the reach was that we wanted to target almost every USAC student on the platform.
Okay, yeah, thanks for clarifying. I just was curious.
Navi, can I also ask, I know like when we've used the Facebook boost ads in the past, sometimes it like will start outreaching to like just people in the area, and then we start to get like kind of like strange people that are like liking the post, and like I would be like opposed to resources going to like those means. So is there like, have you guys been able to like, has it resulted in like what you guys want, basically reaching like UCLA students?
Yeah, so actually, that's a great point. When I first did it, I had that exact same issue, but then I became a overnight master in Facebook analytics, and now I have like Facebook tokens and whatnot. So I've gotten good at kind of navigating, or not navigating like Facebook analytics, but also like setting up parameters that it best targets UCLA students. And so, like, I mean, I'm not saying I know what I'm totally doing per se, but like, I have somewhat of a knowledge to execute it. Like if you go on our website, for example, there's a token embedded in it. And so if you go on our website, you're more likely to actually see a Facebook ad that's done by the elections board, because the tokens will like associate you together and they'll target you. And so I'm trying to develop capabilities like that to really to make sure that the money that we spend on social media advertising isn't just wasted, because I mean, that's the last thing I want to do, especially in this kind of time. I'm trying to be smart about how we use our funds.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Brandon, I think you had a question.
I don't. Sorry, I just left my hand raised.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Geller.
Yeah, I can add a little clarity on the Zoom webinar subscription. The university, when it purchases licenses, we get a discount off of the posted rates. However, we have to purchase full year licenses. So there's no way to just pay for the months of the election, but it would be something that election board would have through the next 12-month period, and if there was a need to use it, they would be able to just pass along the password information to the next election board.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Geller.
Okay, Orion, I saw you had your hands raised for a minute.
Oh, I was just gonna give a suggestion. I don't know if you considered this already, but I know on my UCLA it has like when you first log in, it'll often show little announcements. And if there was some way you could do that, that could pretty much reach everyone, because everyone has to use my UCLA nowadays, and they're going to see it.
Yeah, we are working with my UCLA to do those announcements, and I'm actually starting a new partnership with CCLE. Well, if they'll ever respond to me, to try to do something on CCLE too, because that's never been done before. So I am trying to come up with novel methods to target students beyond just what you would traditionally consider.
Navi, I have a question. So and this is not about you. This is just about the process of spending money. So I see this uncommitted number, and Mahika said like hopefully you'll get around 3,000 even with this that you have to spend. a difficulty for a lot of folks, including in USAC and outside of USAC, is just being able to spend the money. And I'm sure this will come up when you present your proposed budget to us. But especially in the context of over online, doing this all online for the next quarter, it seems very difficult to me. Like, I would have a hard time with my office spending that much money that quickly, even if it's on giveaways or something. So I just want to make sure that, like, even if you get a portion of what you're asking for, that like you'll be able to spend it, because that's like a problem we run into a lot with just organizations who give us very detailed budgets and guidance, but don't ever spend the money in full.
I mean, whatever. I don't think that we're gonna have that issue because whatever is kind of like we'll have a better idea of our costs as well by the time that elections comes up, so we can adjust the amount of giveaways that we do. So, for example, like if council allocates a certain extra, allocates more money to the elections board, and it turns out that like maybe only $1,000 of the grant that I want to offer is provided, and maybe not all candidates report expenditures, and maybe we have like $2,000 or $3,000 extra that are lying around. Well, then I would just apply those to having more giveaways for the student body to access during the elections. If that makes sense.
Okay, gotcha. Tara?
Can you explain what these giveaways are so that we can understand why they would add up to 3K?
Where are you looking about 3K for giveaways?
I think she's
Isn't that-
referring to the leftover money that you have, like
You're
the
because you're
uncommitted.
asking for more money for social media. You have 1K already allocated, and you have 2 uncommitted. So, what are you planning on giveaways that are going to add up to any sum of money, like that amount?
So the point of this slide was mostly just the uncommitted money that we have right now is what I, and I just didn't have the chance to update the slide in time, but for the tech grant that we want to offer candidates and designated campaign representatives. And so right now the request in general is for a lot of money to fund small giveaways for the student body. So if you remember in the past, I brought this up at the last council meeting. We want to do like essentially like $5 gift cards to like a couple thousands of students. And so the budget that I have doesn't currently cover that, and that's for what I'm asking for. This is just like an example of how we're spending what we currently have.
How are you going to execute a giveaway for thousands of students?
We're
Like-
working with we're working with my UCLA, who's assured me that they have the technical capabilities. So after discussing with Dr. Geller as well, we're probably going to be doing it on like random, like for example, if we have 5,000 giveaways, for example, and 6,000 students apply, then we're just going to choose 5,000 students of that 6,000 pool and then provide the giveaway. My UCLA has the ability to randomly select out of a pool of people that submitted a ballot, and push information to them. So we're working with my UCLA to set up like the technical portion of how we're going to distribute all the gift cards and the giveaways once it's done. Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
What can I provide more clarity with then?
I'm not quite understanding how it's going to work, but that's fine.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to kind of elaborate more if that's what you'd like, or talk about the process. I just need more information.
I mean,
in
like
terms of-
what are these $5 gift cards to? So like UCLA is going to send them $5 gift cards to Starbucks or what?
Yeah, so that's going to be the next slide. This is like, once again, this is just how I'm currently spending. This is how I'm currently spending my budget to make the case that we would need more money. So I guess Fernando, if you want to head over to the next slide. This is proposal part 2. So the way that we kind of calculated this is that we want 20% voter turnout because we have referenda on the ballot this year. So 20% of like 32,000 students is 6,600 students, and we want to incentivize 6,600 students with $5 gift cards, and so that's $33,000. And then the $5 e-gift cards will be Visa, Amazon, like Uber, and Starbucks gift cards. And I mean, the reason why I didn't want to specify right here what exact gift cards is because I wanted that to be a conversation with council as to what they think might be the best options.
Dr. Geller, do you still have another question, or can I lower your hand? Okay, I'm gonna lower it. Oh, never mind. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Navi? Like,
Navi, have you thought about, well, I actually don't know how you would do this, but even like increasing the gift card amount, but decreasing the amount that's rewarded. So like the first, for example, the first 3,000 students would get a $10 gift card.
Yeah, that's a thought that I've definitely had, and that was kind of what that's kind of where my head was when I was originally crafting this proposal. I decided not to do that based off of like Dr. Geller's suggestion that like she said basically that I could if I wanted to, but it's best to do it so that it's random, so that like students don't feel that if they're the 4,000 vote and we're only offering like 3,000 giveaways, we don't want it to be an incentive for that student not to vote, if that makes sense. So by doing it randomly, like even that student that votes at the last minute at the like 1:29 or like 12:59 p.m. on Friday still has an opportunity and incentive to vote, if that makes sense. And then if we were to do it random, there would be no way to distinguish like the first 3,000 people get a higher amount and the next 3,000 or 2,000 people get a lower amount, if that makes sense.
how would you? So can you access who votes? Sorry, that might be a dumb question.
No, so my UCLA would be taking care of all of this. Students would essentially have to students would by placing we're still working around the mechanism of how we're going to exactly get the information that we need, but because we're in the initial stages, they have assured me that it is possible, and that we can do it. The fine details just haven't been worked out yet because we're still quite far away from the election, but also my UCLA, as you can imagine, is incredibly swamped right now with remote instruction.
Okay. Another question I have is, I like this. I was actually I just saw this and I was pretty impressed with that idea that you had of the math of making it add up to 20%. But I'm wondering if that's necessary, and I just want to hear your thoughts. Obviously there are going to be students that vote regardless of the incentive of whether or not to. I would argue probably at least 10% are going to vote, just with how competitive this election season is and with there being referenda on the ballot, that I would say impact a lot of communities on campus. With that in mind, is there a reason why I would argue maybe that 10% is necessary, because that would definitely promote people voting. I guess what I'm trying to say is that the incentive to vote
too. I was yeah.
The incentive to vote is not changed. Yes, the chance of them getting the gift card is lowered, but if I'm a student and you're giving out 3,000 gift cards versus 6,000 gift cards, I'm probably going to vote and take my chances either way. So I'm just wondering what the argument is about why we should be giving so much more money to this, because I do want to be mindful too, is that there are other council members here, and that are doing very valuable work that could also use this money. So I just want to be very mindful about what the purpose is of why it needs to be this many students, I guess. And I want you to respond to that, and then I know Millen and Naomi I think have thoughts too.
Yeah, so the 20% was just like a baseline number that we started off with, just to kind of illustrate a point and something that we think mathematically flowed and worked well with in terms of our final number. But also if 10%, if we posit that 10% are going to vote regardless, and if we assume that we're going to get 20% voter turnout because of the giveaways, well then if you add those up, theoretically you'd get 30%. And so that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not like we want 20% just because we want 20%. I think everybody would agree, of course more than 20% is better, and I think we need to get there because we consistently rank behind we consistently rank behind our peer universities, to Berkeley at least, and USC in terms of our voter turnout, which is sad. And so I think any steps taken to really increase it are positive, but I don't really necessarily have I really don't necessarily have a retort for why we should only do 10%. If we want to do 10%, that's fine too, if we think that 10% is going to vote.
Yeah, I mean, I know Millen wants to ask a question. Just my only thought with that is that, like, going back to what I said originally, which is I don't think the incentive changes that much if you're telling the student body, hey, you have a chance, we're giving out 3,000 versus 6,000. Because I like this idea. I genuinely think that, like, this will incentivize people in some way. I just don't think, like, the magnitude necessarily correlates directly. So that's just my thought. But yeah, Millen, and then Naomi, I don't know if you wanted to add anything too.
Yeah. So I just want to start off by saying that I do like this idea. I think it's a good idea, but I think it's only a good idea if we had funds that were unlimited. And for me, like I wasn't at the meeting last week, so I don't want to say too much because I'm not sure what that conversation was. But for me, like I am just uncomfortable with like a $33,000 number for like a voter turnout incentive that only gives it 20% of students, just because I think that like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like this is an original idea that hasn't happened in previous years. I'm not sure if any time in like USAC history we've given out like monetary amounts to incentivize students to vote. And in the past, like we have had very high voter turnout numbers. Like I think it was either my freshman year or the year before that, it was around like 40% or like 50%. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I do think that like this idea is maybe because we've had super low voter turnout in the past, but that's also because we haven't had great election board chairs. We haven't had a very like competent board, and we can see even in like the numbers that you have already that there's like 35 candidates or around that number that you guys have already like publicized it well enough to have that like incentive and have that turnout, that I feel like just I don't know, I think that giving like a huge amount like this when it could be given to like a student relief fund or like more like COVID-19 circumstances would, I don't know, I feel a little comfortable with that. So I think maybe council can like deliberate that and take that into account.
And if I can respond real quickly,
Yeah.
I also like struggle when I was coming up with the proposal in terms of coming up with an amount, knowing that the circumstances that were affecting students on the board as well. I think that the way that we kind of not justified it per se was that like when we talked last week, council has about 150 that's like restricted, and so we're asking for about like a fifth of that. And we thought that like given the amount that council has, we did think it was a little bit more reasonable. I don't think I would have ever asked for half or even like a third. We're trying to ask for a lower amount. And in addition, I mean, the point that you mentioned about voter turnout, like historically at some point being high, is true. I do want to say that like I want to say my freshman year or maybe the year after that. Oh yeah, our sophomore year, so like 2 elections ago, there were like 38 or 39 candidates running in the election, but they had like around 20% voter turnout. So as much as I would like to say that like the candidates increase voter turnout, that's not necessarily true. And then I think the other issue is like this isn't even. I think the reason why this is even more important given the COVID-19 situation is because students are away from campus. There's a lack of engagement with elections. There's a lack of engagement with the candidates. There's a lack of understanding that elections are taking place. And so anything that we can do to incentivize their vote during this time seems like a good idea. And I know that this isn't maybe my strongest point, but I don't. I think that like because the $5 gift isn't like tremendous, if you will. It's not going to really make a huge impact in someone's life, but we thought that like the two goals aren't mutually exclusive, and that like the gift cards could go to someone who needs the extra $5 for because they've been affected somehow by COVID-19. Of course, that's like a more it's not, as I mentioned, a super strongest argument, but I think that like if there's out of those 20%, I think some people are really going to find the $5 gift valuable. So yeah, I hope that kind of addresses the concerns and the questions.
Navi, I don't want to speak on behalf of how the rest of council's feeling, but like the impression that I'm getting is that, and this might not be unanimous, but the general impression that I'm hearing from council members is that this is a good or ideal, I think, like idea, or that would it has merits, but I think the extent or like the amount that you're asking, I think could be lowered. So I'm wondering, like, as a maybe like just a proposal that I'm throwing out to start getting to a process where we can vote on something like this. And also, I do have a question about where this money's coming from too. But yeah, Naomi.
Oh, I also wanted to say to add that I think, I don't know if I speak for a lot of us, I would be open to voting on something that like ask for less, but also maybe awarded more. Because
agree.
I hear your point in like $5 gift cards, like maybe helping someone out, or like even being an incentive. But I think like the stakes are even higher when you like enter in a raffle and you're not sure if you're gonna win. But like if we awarded like Ralph's gift cards or like gift cards to like grocery stores, I think that would be like more beneficial to offer like a $15 or $20 gift card and award less people, but still put out that same message.
Yeah, I agree with that. Millen, you have your hand raised again?
Yeah, Naomi kind of got cut off from me, but from what I heard, like I agree with that, and that I think maybe a better idea would be to like you said, like a raffle might be better than to just give like $10 or $5 to the first X amount of students, because like I think Robert said too, like the first people that are going to vote are the people that are most informed about USAC, that are the people that are on campaigns that necessarily like they would have already voted anyway. So a raffle maybe would give a chance of those students that aren't as engaged, and also it would like encourage students to vote throughout the entire week, because then it's not like, okay, I didn't vote on Monday, so I'm not going to vote at all because I wouldn't get it. Versus like if it was a raffle, then it would be like anyone that voted in the entire week would have a chance to get it, and we could potentially offer like a less amount of gift cards but at a higher value. So I just want to second that sort of idea.
I mean, yeah, we already are considering doing this as a raffle, because we wanted to make sure, as you mentioned, that the probability of receiving a gift card is constant throughout the week. As to the amount and as to like the amount of the gift cards and potentially like reducing them but offering higher amounts, like I mean, like I think I could be like amenable to that. This is like a proposal that several of my board members also talked about. So like, we were all involved in the process, but I think that would work as well to kind of serve its function. Yeah, I think we just wanted to kind of give us a little bit of something to everybody. It was kind of like the main idea, but I can also see how, and by increasing the stakes, it might motivate more people. But I think the opposite also applies when you have fewer but greater, then people think like, well, what chance do I actually have to win it? And sometimes won't actually like do whatever step is required to get to that point. But yeah, I'm open to having a discussion as to what seems more reasonable in terms of a monetary amount.
Yeah, Mahika, I would just suggest not doing Ralph's, just because like out of state students don't have Ralph's, but that's just like a logistical thing moving forward. Yeah, Mahika.
Yeah, just in terms of this balance between like incentive and well, not balance, just like in terms of incentivization, I feel like I hear your concern about like students not thinking that they have a shot if like there's too few numbers of giveaways, for example. But I feel like you could even dial up the amount significantly. Like, again, I'm just throwing numbers out there, but like, what if you did like 10 $100 gift cards, but the window to like vote or whatever, like it'd have to be like you have to cast your ballot during this time. Like, wouldn't that be kind of like a better use of the money, because you'd get like a sort of like a surge of voting, as well as like not spending that much money on incentives, because like people won't know necessarily like what their odds are. I don't know, that's just something I was thinking about. I just feel like there's ways to work with what you already have, or like what we already have, and like instead of sort of giving more money to the situation. But that's like just what I've been thinking about.
Tara or Navi, you can respond first, but then Tara.
No, I just seems like we're kind of these two conflicting camps, because I think Mika just mentioned that like she wants us to like work with what we've got, but then there's other council members that seem more amenable to providing giveaways. So maybe the best compromise is reduce the amount a little bit and then also increase the gift card value and try to get it to something that we think is beneficial.
Tara?
I think from what I heard was that the majority of the council members wanted a reduced amount and a change in the way that
the gift cards were being handed out. Also, to me, it seems like you're essentially paying 20% of voters to go vote rather than having them take a chance to be in a raffle. So just by nature, that sounds better to me. And then can you also explain back to social media, what that budget, like what amount of time are you intending to spend that budget for social media marketing?
Number 4, I'm committed.
The $3,000 of
Yeah,
social
for social media ads. Yeah. So we're planning on having like major blasts, like spending like I want to say it's kind of like we kind of model it out in terms of a bell curve where little is spent the weekend leading up to the elections, but then we significantly ramp up how much you're spending towards like as we approach the middle of the week, and then spending dies down as we approach the end of the week, which we found to be the best model because in the beginning of the week, people that are affiliated with campaigns vote, and if we start, pouring in advertising at that point, it'll only really quote unquote hit advertisements. People only see them a few days later, and so we're trying to get rid of like a Wednesday slump, if you will, and try to like boost numbers in the middle of the week.
So this is
And then
essentially for 1 week.
this is for 1 week of voting, but this doesn't take into account all the other like advertising that we're going to be trying to do in terms of like publicizing our the website and the voter guide that we'll have, as well as like actual events like the candidate debates that are going to be hosted over Zoom. And so there's a couple of different avenues and opportunities for us to utilize that money. But I do want to spend, a good majority of it during the actual voting week, because that's of course like a main goal of the elections board, is to drive voter turnout.
Okay, so Navi, moving forward, like yeah, I'm hearing the same thing as Tara. Is I think there's a, a general consensus among council that this should be lowered, but then also done in a way that maybe also tries to tackle the problem Naomi's getting at of like supporting students in a way that's like meaningful, and then also through like a raffle process. So like I'm just throwing out a number here and like seeing what you think and seeing what council thinks. But if
Fernando,
we were
would
to
you mind moving to the next slide
yeah,
so I can just see the numbers? Thank you.
if we were to
Sorry,
reduce
Robert.
this to something like $15,000, and I don't think we need to give you very specific instructions on exactly how much the card should be or in what way, but just had an agreement from you, I think that like you would expand the amount and then do it through a raffle for gift cards in some way that supports students more than like Starbucks or something. Like I don't know a grocery solution because obviously it runs into the problem of like where people live and what they have access to, but some sort of like Visa or like Amazon or something. I don't support Amazon, I don't think, because of political reasons, but um something like that that actually incentivizes students and supports them as well. What is your thoughts on like a $15,000 number from council, and then just requesting that you raise the amount and use it for something that can like support students more than like Starbucks?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mentioned Starbucks because it, the way that because if you think about the scale of what of how many gift cards we're going to give away, we have to use automated and bulk delivery systems and like gift card like management systems. And I mentioned the names of companies that I've personally looked up and seen that they have those systems and capabilities in place, because I want to make sure that if I do something like this, it actually happens. And so, like Uber, for example, definitely has one. Amazon has it. Starbucks has it. And so those are the kinds of places that I was generally leaning towards. But I think it's reasonable to go broader. My executive committee and I can brainstorm that. I'm thinking maybe like Target could provide essentials, and is pretty, well known, or it's pretty ubiquitous around the country. And so maybe we can target like Walmart, although we do run into like what do we want to support politically, and but I'm 100% down for generalizing it. I would say like ideally we would like the amount to be a little higher, because we really want to fund as much as we can. So yeah, like 20,000 would be nice, but I understand that it's at your discretion. So
Yeah,
but you
Councilman.
do have my full support in terms of increasing the gift card amount and finding other merchants, if you will, that'll be more accessible to students.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately the problem here is that you have to find a company that's large enough and broad enough to
Exactly.
apply to everybody, and inherently those companies are usually not the best. So I don't think I don't think we should be necessarily super critical of that. Although just being mindful of it. Do other council members have thoughts on like that proposal? And y'all don't have to raise your hand. Just like, what are people feeling? See Naomi give a thumbs up. I'm seeing Kalechi nod a little.
Yeah, I would also say like my office is currently we're giving Visa gift cards for the Books for Bruins scholarship. And like even though I think it does require a lot more work, but I would say like it does give students the free range, like you were saying, Navi. And it doesn't restrict them because like Starbucks may be restricted, but even like Ralph's may not be as accessible in like some parts of the nation. So like I feel like letting students be able to decide what they want to use it on is probably beneficial.
Yeah, and actually, as I was working with my UCLA, because I anticipated this conversation, I was trying to figure out if we can build any capabilities to actually survey preferences from students, and see like, hey, what kind of gift card would you actually want if you won the giveaway? But the capabilities, the ballot is a very like secure and like kind of a, if you will, self-contained environment that's built in, and so modifications aren't very easy, and they said that they don't have time to kind of to explore this before the elections, because for something like that they have to do extensive beta testing to make sure that something unfortunate doesn't happen, like the ballot doesn't crash the day of. But like I said, completely agree with the information, or the idea that they should be general and larger.
Other council members' thoughts on this? And like, just like, do we like this idea? Do we want a motion for this idea? What are people's thoughts?
Oh, I also missed I think I missed the conversation. Where is the money coming from?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
Yeah, so I think maybe some other people on the line in terms of the ASUCLA side can answer the question better. But when I talked to Roy and Jessica last week, in advance of the Tuesday council meeting, I think the general consensus was the best place to pull it out is the surplus from last year. So currently council motioned to increase contingency with the surplus from last year. And so because contingency will no longer be funding programming, or won't be, or at least won't be funding programming to the same extent, that you could then motion to use $15,000 of that to allocate that, or 15 or 20, whatever we ultimately end up deciding on, to allocate that to the elections board.
Yeah, and we're all mindful of the fact that contingency is substantially underfunded. I mean, that's what SOS tried to address as well. And that orgs will still apply to contingency. Just I agree with you though, Navi, is that I think it will be to a much lesser extent than it usually is. So that's why I think I'm personally comfortable with giving you something, but ultimately the rest of council are the people who motion and vote. So I really do want to hear from other folks besides Naomi too about what your all's thoughts are.
I will not be motioning for this.
I definitely think other council members should like talk about this, because I know people feel strongly about it, and there's
Yes.
beating around the bush.
My biggest sort of like issue, I guess, is that I genuinely feel like there is enough money in the current election board budget, if like certain measures are taken to work with the money that you currently have. And I think you honestly, like, I would honestly be happy to like work with you on how to sort of like get another 5K uncommitted and help you figure out how to use that for giveaways specifically.
This is so irritating to walk up.
Other council members' thoughts? Yeah, Tara.
I mean, I'm probably about where Mahika is. I think like the gift cards are a good incentive. I think it's a great idea. I just think like there's a reason a budget is called a budget, because you have to budget your money and you have to make sacrifices for certain things. So I think there's certain things in here that maybe you could chip away at a little bit. And if council's going to allocate even a small amount of money, there has to be a give within what's within your budget. I think there can be more money that's found here because we've already allocated a good amount of money.
Okay, I mean, just in general, I'd like to point out that like the ask of like what I originally asked was like 33K, and like there's no way that we can find 33K in a budget considering like on a theoretical level we only have 27K, and then a lot of that is committed. I can say that I can look at opportunities within my own budget, or I will look at opportunities within my own budget to reduce the costs. And I'd just like to point out, not that I'm trying to like, what's it called, self-praise myself, but I do have a lot of experience in financial management, and I think that I can work with what that I have the abilities to budget properly and correctly. And yeah, so like I said, I'm willing to look at our current to look at our funds as they are, and kind of free up some more money with the elections board. But that said, like there's no way I could reach even like half of what, if you were able to provide like even half of the request, there's no way that I can pull out 15K from my committed money or my bread box money, because there is money that is just plainly committed and that's inflexible.
So what I'm hearing, I think from like Joanna and other folks, is just like, and my initial thought, just based off what people were saying, was that they were open to giving you something like more at like the halfway mark. But now I'm hearing from some council members that either they're not willing or willing to give less. I
Can we just go with the number and then go up or down from there?
Wait, I think some people were saying that they wanted, like, they supported the proposal part 2, but not like the beginning. I don't know.
So the proposal part 2 of like the 15K with
like 15K, and then
and changing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess with like Tara, yeah, and Mahika, Joanna, yeah, I'm interested in your all's thoughts on that proposal, because I hear what you're saying definitely about being mindful of the money that is already there and liking the idea. Are you all also opposed to that idea, or like wanting it to go up or down, or just what are your all's thoughts on that, and other council members too?
I mean, I think it's like pretty clear that I'd rather it go down. And yeah, Navi, I know that there's absolutely no way that we could get 33K from your budget. I'm like well aware of that. I also think it would be hard to get 15K from your budget. I'm well aware of that. I just don't even personally think, like, just to echo like sentiments that we've talked about at past council meetings, that like this much money should be going towards elections in general, like 33K. I just personally don't believe that or agree with that, especially given the current situation we're in, where a lot of people are losing access to, you know, their basic needs and their like basic rights as citizens and people. So yeah, I mean, I would prefer to go down, but honestly I think we should just like take a vote. So I'm like willing to motion if no one has anything else to say.
Mahika, is there a motion that you're like a number that you're going to motion on? Like you can motion for any number. I think when you motion, you should probably give a number that you think is reasonable or something like that.
I mean, like, I plainly don't want to give any money, so
Okay.
I don't think I should be the one to motion because I'm on an extreme, and like I think I can motion for that, but it'll probably get like voted down. So I would rather someone else pick like a a better middle starting point, like how Naomi said.
I motion for 15K.
I second.
Okay. If everyone is in favor, can they raise their hands for the proposal we had for 15K with broadening the funding and making it more like inclusive than just like Starbucks?
Geller, can people who are candidates vote? Like, is this a conflict of interest for this specific item? If she's here. Or anyone knows?
I don't know the answer to that, but I would say that it is not a conflict of interest. But maybe maybe Dr. Geller disagrees with me.
So I always recommend that people who are being impacted by an election not vote in matters related to the election. I'll leave it to you all to define how you consider it a conflict and whether you want to vote or not.
Okay, so with that, we're going back to the 15K proposal that Naomi just voted on. All in favor, just raise your hand. Okay, I'm gonna give it a couple more seconds for people to vote. Okay, so 3 are in favor. All against giving 15K under this proposal.
Me.
Okay. And Joanna, do you know how to raise your hand so we can count that way?
Oh, I thought we were physically raising our hands.
You're good. You're good. You're totally good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so the motion does not pass. So I just won't go forward with it. It doesn't pass. So now either we can like motion to move on, or someone can motion for like a lower amount.
So
10K.
Sorry, you're motioning for 10K, Naomi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor for a 10K motion, I'm assuming under the same conditions.
I can't raise my hand. Like there's
Okay.
no option.
Kim, are you a yes, Kim? You're a yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All against? Yeah. Who second? Fletchy, right? Okay. All against, please. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Did you count me, Robert?
You're against?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Given all abstaining.
I'm also abstaining for the previous vote as well. My apologies.
Okay. Given that in the event of a tie, the president can break a tie, I'm voting in favor. So it will be 7-6 to 0, or 7-6 to 3. I'm sorry. Wait, let me make sure that math is right. 7 to 6. I think I counted an extra person.
I think Mahika voted no originally.
Who voted no?
I think Mahika voted no, but her hand is still raised. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mahika.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah, that was totally my bad. I voted no.
No, you're good.
Does the math?
Yeah, so it should only be two abstentions.
Yeah, but the math still doesn't add up. That doesn't that equal 60?
No, it's 15.
Could we maybe do like just what we did before, since it is like a big vote to
Okay.
allocate a big
I'm
amount
gonna
of money?
I'm gonna go down the roll call. That's a good idea. Thank you, Millen.
So can everyone unraise their hands?
Yeah. So let me just say it out loud, please, so I can count. I need a pen. I'll write it on my birthday cards. Okay.
Not the birthday cards.
That's okay. I don't care. Yes. No.
Anna's gonna be upset, Robert.
She will be. Whatever. Okay. IVP.
Yes.
EVP.
No.
Gen Rep 1.
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Abstain.
Gen Rep 3,
Abstain.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
No.
CSC is not here. CAC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yes.
FSC,
No.
SWC,
No.
Transfer Student Rep,
Yes.
okay, and ISR.
No.
Okay. Okay. So by a motion of 6 to 5 to 2, the motion does pass. And we will be allocating $10,000 from contingency to election board for use for incentives to vote, with the condition that the amount given is increased and that it's applied broadly for gift cards that can like support students, gift cards that are like supportive, not just for like I don't know how to say this in like a motion, but for like Starbucks. And I know you know that, Navi, that's like the condition that we're giving you this funding on.
Yeah. Can I
okay.
ask from council just ballpark like what? I mean, I'll consider it with my board too because we want to come up with a good number and we'll do some actual like good mathematical modeling, if you will. But I just wanted to kind of ask what numbers we think are like better than 5. I like 15, 20. What are we thinking?
I would say the higher the better, but I want to hear from other folks too.
I think 10K for 1,000 people, or this sounds like 1,000 people getting $10 sounds decent, but also 500 getting 20 sounds cool. Simple.
So between
Other
like
people?
20, I think between 20 and 20 also sounds good with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
definitely.
20 sounds better to me too.
I agree at 20.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely
You
take
could
that into
also
mind.
have gift cards of varying sizes.
Yeah, that's possible too. But I would agree the 20 number might be better in terms of like impact.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Navi. We'll continue with your presentation. I know you and I discussed the approval of the ballot, which in my opinion, I think that still should happen. We can talk about that, but I'm assuming you have more presentation to give.
No, I think I'm done.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, with that, Navi, I know that our opinions might vary on this still. In the past, and I'm just letting council know this, that in the past we have approved the ballots. It's somewhat been a formal. My opinion is that it is implied in the bylaws or in the election code. It has been done in the past somewhat as a formality where USAC doesn't change the ballot unless it's a reason. For example, if the candidate tells us to drop out. Navi, I know we talked about this in some ways, and if you'd like to give your opinion on the matter, you can, and I can hear from other council members about what their thoughts are too. So by all means, if you don't want us to do that, you can let us know.
No, I mean, just like the conversation that Robert's referring to is I had a conversation with J-Board regarding the language that supports council making a motion to approve the ballot because it's a formality. We both, J-Board and E-Board both believe that the language to support that isn't strong enough. But I went to bed at 3 a.m. last night and I'm very tired, so I'm not really up for an argument. If y'all want to just motion to approve the ballot or not motion to approve the ballot and just consider it approved, either way works for me.
I'd like to strongly suggest that there be a consent vote.
How do other council members feel? I'm personally fine with that.
Consent to what?
What was the question?
Okay, so in the past, we approved the ballot. So the election code, for lack of better, I read it yesterday, but it basically says that election code has to present and present the ballot to us and it's unclear, but like I've discussed with Navi that my opinion is that we should vote on it and that it's been voted on every year in the past to put it on the ballot. So Navi was saying that his opinion and J Board's opinion is that there isn't enough evidence in the election code to say that council has to or needs to put it on the ballot or vote to put it on the ballot. Dr. Geller is suggesting that we do a consent item vote to put it on the ballot.
And I support that to move things along.
Okay.
Just like move forward with the vote instead of asking like and talking about if we're gonna vote or not.
Yeah, I think just a vote is fine.
Okay, so let's do a consent vote then.
Any objections, right?
Okay, cool. So is there a motion?
Motion to approve the ballot for the election.
I'm going to interrupt for a moment. Have you taken the vote to remove SOS yet?
Yeah, we did that, right?
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Okay. Sorry, Joanna, you made a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Mahika seconds. Just because. Oh, sorry. So this is consent. So is there any opposition to the ballot? So all of the candidates and the referenda.
Hold up. I have a question. When it says one withdrew next to a name, did that person withdraw, or is there just a person's name who was supposed to be there?
Person's name that was supposed to be there. I was just trying to illustrate that we received an application and that person did go through a eligibility check. So as I mentioned, that there were 3 original applicants for FAC, 1 withdrew, so now there are 2 actually running in the case. But per the election code, I have to report the eligibility, the results of the eligibility check, and so there was an eligibility check done.
Are we just gonna approve this document as we see it, or is Navi gonna go one by one and read everyone's name and the position that they're running for?
So it's approved with the condition that Navi has already indicated that he's removing Gabriella's name, and then I don't think it's necessary for us to say everything unless
Because I could have sworn in the past they read people's names for the minutes.
I know they do that at the end. I'm not sure if they do that. I don't remember if they do that at the beginning. Dr. Geller, do you have a suggestion on that?
Since I don't believe during the presentation when this slide was up, all the names were read aloud, it would be good for somebody to simply read the offices and all the names that appear on this slide, and then to state the names of the referenda that are moving forward. You don't need to read the full questions. They've been previously presented in council.
Okay, Navi, would you like to do that?
Oh, geez. Okay, so if anybody's listening in that is on the ballot, I sincerely apologize for the butchering of your name. I will get it right when we read the results. For now, just bear with me. For the office of the president, we have Anik Chunera, Josh Feldman, Oswald Vasquez, Naomi Riley, and Orion Smedley. For the office of eternal vice president, we have Brandon J. Bruckheim, Emily Hong Van Long. For the office of external vice president, we have Aiden R. Singham and Carl Illustrissimo. For the office of general representative 1 through 3, we have Andrea Robinson, Atharva Kulkarni, Claire Galvin, Elijah Wade, Jung Hyun Lee, Justin Rodriguez, Sam Haddad, Sophia Su, Victor Chenkov. For the Office of Academic Affairs Commission, we have Breeze Velasquez. For the Office of Campus Events Commission, we have Alice Mayland. For the Office of Community Service Commission, we have Jonathan Weisner. For the Office of Cultural Affairs Commission, we have Promise Ogonle. For the Office of Facilities Commissioner, we have Draco Tong and Sashi Cooper, and an additional 1 candidate that withdrew. And then for the Office of Financial Supports Commissioner, we have Noah Garcia. For the Office of Student Wellness Commissioner, we have Christina Reed. For the Office of Transfer Student Representative, we have Devin Streeton, not Gabriela Hernandez, apologies. She was removed from the ballot. Noah Argrandiwal, Zulika Bravo. For the Office of International Student Representative, we have Bakur Medini, Nadine Zergas Avari, and then Knox Yang. And like I said, sorry if I mispronounced your name. In terms of referenda, we have Cubs as well as Good Clothes, Good People.
Great. Okay. With that, we can go back to the motion, I believe. So is there any opposition to the motion that was held to approve the ballot? Okay. Last call for any opposition. Okay. If there's no opposition, then the ballot as read out loud into the minutes is approved. Yay. Thank you, Navi. Okay. Is that it from you, Navi, for now?
I think that concludes my presentation, and I think that's probably the last time you'll have to see me, or maybe I'll be back later today, but that's it.
Sweet. Thank you, Navi. Okay. With that, we'll move back into the agenda. Thank you all for going through all that. We're done with our component of elections for now. Okay, SIOC and CRC budget reports. Lalo, do you want to take it first?
Sorry, I couldn't find my Zoom.
Here.
I could go into it. So as y'all might have seen, Assistant Vice Chancellor Mick DeLuca sent us over 3 years of budget reports that, at least in my opinion, were kind of more line items than like a concise budget report. So I kind of wanted to bring it up to council to see if that constituted fulfilling our idea of a budget report, because I know we agreed to release the checks to both committees pending the receipt of those budget reports. So I kind of wanted to open up to y'all to see if y'all had any opinions or anything. And then also, I guess I just want clarity. I guess, I don't know, from Roy or Dr. Geller or some admin on if we have to revote that motion since we have received something.
Roy, I see you unmuted your mic. Do you have thoughts on this? I know you and I discussed a few days ago.
Yes. Yes. So in terms of information, I mean, I think information was released that covered the basic definition, and these fees are quarterly fees. So the fees from fall were released based on the communication. I think if you want additional clarification or additional information from your request, I think I would recommend a good action to take would be to sort of, specify, seeing this information, we have X, Y, and Z further questions for further clarification, to sort of define a bit more specifically what additional things you're looking for, and give ABC DeLuca an opportunity to respond to that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and I talked to Roy about this a little bit, and I think Roy's suggestion was maybe to, and Lalo, I'm curious about what you think about this. I'm relatively neutral on this, but to address the problem this week and then give them a week to respond and see what happens. I suspect we won't get answers. I know that's pessimistic, but I suspect that we will not get answers or clarification. And then once that happens, like moving to withhold the checks. But particularly the two problems I have with the budget are, like, one, I don't think it's a budget. It's more like a ledgers report, a very broad ledgers report that doesn't address the problems that we initially brought up about how the money's being spent. But then the larger problem that we've discussed, the larger component to this is that the money, this is evidence, the ledgers report is evidence that the money is never arriving to the committees in full. So only a portion of the money is going to the committees for approval, a small portion. Yeah.
And I also wanted to just bring up too, I think it's incredibly problematic that USAC received the budget reports, but from my understanding, the committees did not. That's just from talking to the our appointments to the committees, like USACs as a whole. So I just wanted to, I think it's I don't feel satisfied because they themselves did not receive the quote unquote budget reports. I I like that idea of like giving like continuing that context. I know at least like I had replied to like AVC DeLuca about it. Um and he suggested like setting up like a meeting sometime in mid-April. But like if y'all want, we can move forward with potentially just like stressing to have a meeting like sooner than, well, I guess it kind of already is mid-April. But having this meeting like as soon as possible. I don't know what folks' thoughts are on that. And then I guess we would wait off on voting to extend this withholding. I don't want to call it withholding because I don't think we're necessarily withholding. Um, but I guess we can move forward with that next week.
Other council members' thoughts?
I just wanted to say, like, I totally agree with Lala. I think when I looked at the budget, I just thought it was incredibly disheartening that we had waited for literally months and those were the only line items that we received. So I agree with Lala. I do think that this meeting can happen earlier. And I definitely think it's within ABC's DeLuca's purview to move the meeting up. Like we call in meetings all the time with people. And I think that this is something that's pertinent. It's something that's been an issue for a long time.
I also am very concerned. The other concern that I have is that this came from DeLuca in the first place. I think like I feel somewhat disrespected, and this should have come from the department that we're seeking the money from and the concern from. And I think the fact that the department has been unwilling to engage with us and has like continuously delayed providing the reports, and that like Mick has had to do this in the first place, to me is somewhat concerning. But yeah, I know Fernando just put up the budgets. Like my concern with this is like, what is $30,000 of travel and entertainment being spent on? Like,
Fernando, can you scroll down to the CRC one from last year?
what is this? What is this? You know, the promise fund. We don't know, and like the biggest problem with this is that $1,262,000 like was never approved by the committees. Like a small portion of that was like a few $100,000. And like I think that should be in the minutes of this meeting, that like that's our concern. That's one of our concerns. And that we should notify, and I think Mick like has a responsibility to know that we're talking about this right now and to address it. And if he doesn't, like within the next week, I think then we can move forward with releasing the funds contingent upon receiving an actual budget that we've been asking for a year now, and also demanding that the money goes to the committees in whole for approval. Do other people have thoughts on that?
I'm just gonna echo the sentiment that this budget report, it looks a little rickety-rackety to me, very incomplete. I just don't like a budget report that you can't hold accountable at all. Like who made these numbers and where do they come from? How do I know they're true? What are they? Like what is the general material and supplies? Like what are these?
Yeah.
To echo Kelechi and Lalo's sentiments, I just think that it would be false to call the campus retention committee as a student initiated committee, as well as the SIC as a student initiated committee, if most of these money is not going through the committee of students that is appointed in the committee. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think echoing Robert's point too of like, and Robert, Kim, and Kaleshi, like all of y'all's points of like this money isn't even going to the committee. I think that's like at least my main issue with all this. Like I don't think anyone is like attacking the services that are provided in the space or anything like that. That's never been at least my intention, or I think anyone else's intention. The intention has always been like reaffirming the student initiated, student run aspect of these committees. And I think trying to frame it in the way that we're attacking the services is not what we're doing. And I also agree like we should consider like intention versus impact, but I think very explicitly we've been committed to saying we just want the committees to have their autonomy, and to this point I still don't think that's happened.
So I think maybe an idea, Lalo, I don't know if you're willing to send another email maybe outlining these concerns from council, just like letting Mick know that we're going to be voting next week to like do this, so that he has the opportunity to like respond or say something, and then voting for it. I'd also recommend Roy. I know we talked about this, but I think a suggestion I have, and I understand the position you were in, is since the checks from fall quarter and winter quarter, from my understanding, were being withheld, I would suggest that in the future, I know that many of us will not be on council when this happens. If they provide us with information, I would wait to see if council approves of that information before releasing the checks, if that's something you're willing to do, Roy. So, like, if council votes to only release the checks on the receipt of an actual budget, and then on when the money actually fully arrives to the committee, I would ask that you and ASUCLA come to council first before releasing those checks in the future, whatever council looks like. Is that something that you think you can do, Roy?
Yeah, I just want us to do our best to work together to. I know that it isn't council's intention to obstruct or make or interfere with what are good programs going on and are advocating for transparency. So I want us to be careful that there not be unintended impacts if we can find a way to get a more robust interaction, and it sounds like a lot of what you guys are advocating is getting these committees themselves to be brought to a state of information that you are advocating for. I just want to make sure we don't institutionalize things unintentionally that might obstruct the flow of some of these programs, a lot of which are payroll. I mean, clearly you are seeking more information about detail of many of these things, but clearly a large amount of the funds that flow out are for, it seems like in many of these programs, mentors and tutors and student program staff. So I'd like us just keep an open mind and talk further about it. I think it'll be great to see sort of the communication of additional questions and additional dialogue, so that perhaps we can stay open to a way to just make sure that we're getting the benefits and the transparency that we seek, and institutionalizing that, and not in an unintended way interfering with what, again, like I say, is a lot of this ends up in payroll. So I just want us to be careful as we do this.
Other people's thoughts?
I guess real quick, something I was thinking is maybe even like, instead of like setting up another meeting, maybe inviting AVC DeLuca to like our council meeting next week. Just so like we can all like ask questions as need be, and then also like it allows for it to be like in a very like public manner where like other like where like members of the public can also see like what is going on.
I mean, Robert, I don't mean to jump in a response there, if I may.
No, you can, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could either see if he can attend next week's meeting or get a different meeting. That's in your hands for sure. I think it would be a good idea to frame some of your specific questions to sort of help the process along, as you were already discussing. I just want to feel like following through with that, I think, would really help everyone to say, okay, we got this information, but more specifically, we're looking for more clarity on this and this and this, and that would set everybody up for success and allow, the programs to move forward with proper transparency, but whatever we can do to get this to be an effective process is what I advocate for.
Any thoughts? Lalo, so I feel like maybe sending an email and then just trying to shoot for next week would be good, and then we can still have an action item to release the funds contingent on these
Yeah.
requests is probably a good idea, unless anybody objects to that.
For next week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess my question to Roy, would you think it'd be beneficial to like include some of these initial requests or initial questions we have in that email to ABC DeLuca, just so he kind of has a better sense of like what kind of questions we'll be asking next week?
Yeah, I feel like that would be the best approach for it to being productive. And to be fair, numbers can be very complex. I've certainly spent a lot of years interacting with council about the complexity of numbers. And so, given that clarity gives the best chance at getting what I think we all want, which is just this sort of clarity in place.
Okay, so I'll send that email, and then I think what I'm also gonna do is send a separate email to both committees, just like inviting them, or just like letting them know that the meeting is happening, just so they can also be present. Does that sound okay with everyone? Cool, and I'll send it for y'all's like approval as well.
Okay. Thank you, Lalo. Are there any other thoughts on this before we move on?
We don't have to like motion a table or anything, right? We could just like table it.
Yeah, we can just add it to the agenda for next week.
Cool.
Anybody else have any thoughts on this? Okay, sweet. Thanks, Mahika. Okay. Reallocation of contingency funding. Brandon.
Hi, sorry. So I believe I have two contingency allocations that I got over the year that were not spent. Obviously, it's not possible to get a printer or a retreat at this point. And I think there are better uses for the money anyway. So I wanted to give. I was speaking to David. I don't know if he's still on the call. I wanted to give a good amount of this to Naomi's Books for Bruins Fund, because I realized they've received a lot of requests, and they could use the money during this time. I'm open to moving it other places as well, but whatever doesn't go in Books for Bruins, I guess, can go back into contingency, and then we can the finance committee can allocate it from there.
Any thought? I know Naomi's on the phone, but I know that she has expressed that this is something she appreciates and supports. Are there any other thoughts from folks?
I just have a question. We just have to like motion to like reallocate like X amount of dollars to like Books for Bruins, and then return the rest to contingency.
Yes. So it would go. My impression is that if it was, sorry, Brandon, you're saying that if it wasn't spent for Books for Bruins, it would. You're suggesting it go back to contingency.
Yeah, and then we can figure out what to do with contingency as we go along.
Okay.
Books for Bruins is now closed, correct, Naomi? The fund.
Give me 1 second. Books for Bruins is closed. It's been closed since Friday, but we reached, I was going to go over that later. We reached 767 applications, and we're currently in negotiations with, or like conversations with Mahika and also Jonathan about funding, but I think that having this additional funding would really help too, because we're not sure how much Mahika or CSC can commit yet. And I feel like if this help, like if we have this too, it'll lower the amounts that they will need to commit.
It would probably be around like is $500 okay?
That's anything would be more than helpful.
I'm really flexible. I obviously want to use the money for good use. And I think Books for Bruins is a great like way to do that with the constraints we're in right now and like difficult financial circumstances a lot of students are facing to like make ends meet, and let alone like afford their class costs, which haven't gone down because the university hasn't done anything about them, or the regents rather. So maybe David, are you on the call? Is he here or no?
Yeah, I'm here.
I haven't had a chance to see what the full allocation amount is. Do you have access to that by any chance?
You mean like what your office has, or like what I have in contingency?
My office, I'm still figuring out what to do with that. Let me see if I can find specifically what the total amount of the let me see if I can find the total amount. So I had one allocation for a computer accessory, $360.15. And the other one was a hold on. The second one was for $375. So that is 690 and some change. So I'm thinking we can. I don't mind, Naomi. Do you have? I don't mind giving the full thing yes to Books for Bruins. From my understanding, because contingency demand is a lot lower this year, they don't need as much support.
Yeah, that would be great.
David, where are you right now?
In terms of the contingency fund, we received one application this week, and then also based off of Long's report from last week, I think, there is a lot of money in our account. So we're thinking, and I don't anticipate that we get that many applications just because, everything's online. Like we'll get some online applications, but beyond that, there probably won't be much. So we're very much open to like helping funds, like the Books for Bruins and stuff. Did you want a specific number?
No, I don't. I just was wondering if you think like you will have like even though the demand is a lot lower, do you predict that you'll like run out of money before the end of the year?
I don't think so. We usually save, assume if everything were to clear up by summer and like summer plans go accordingly, we usually put aside around 8 to 10,000 for summer. And then currently, I think this is just an estimate, but with what we have, given like Wong's report, I'd say we have around like 120,000 or so. So we definitely, I don't see us, using all of that this quarter on organization, like on events set on by organizations.
David, if I could ask a question.
Yeah.
Given that it is my impression that you will be hopefully chair next year, and given that there is a tradition of the vice chair becoming the chair of FICOM,
yes.
Is it, and might be a question for Roy as well. I think my initial response is to be hesitant about treating the contingency fund like a surplus fund in some ways, even though it is like in some ways surplus. But I think given the problems with contingency in terms of every year not having funding, like, just substantially not having funding to be able to fund orgs, is it possible, Roy/David, for us to direct whatever we don't use that's left over from contingency this year to go to contingency next year instead of to surplus? I know traditionally leftover money goes to surplus, but given the problems with contingency that we've obviously talked about substantially and not being able to fund orgs, is that something that's considered? Is that even something that's considerable, Roy?
Yeah, I want to, before you answer that, Roy, I had that question. I was going to ask Vong about it for like my office as well, because there's like events and things that weren't able to happen this quarter that like people are considering pushing to the fall.
Roy, can we direct that money in any way for, because it's this year's council's money, can we direct it to be put into contingency for next year. Specifically, I mean, and to answer Mahika's question too, but specifically in the context of contingency as well, money that's left over after Books for Bruins and after these programs, can it be directed to that?
So I think as you cross the fiscal boundary, you can't direct your successors. You can recommend, or you can put your belief in that they will exercise good judgment as you do. In terms of redirecting money, I might have lost where some of your question had gone, but I think money that came out of surplus you inherited this year, that you directed to a funding body, that then the funding body isn't going to allocate, and if it derived from surplus, I think you have certain flexibility. I think otherwise, I think you have to be guided by what the source referenda says. And if you can find uses that helps the student body in these difficult times that fits those definitions, even with potentially, the most liberal interpretation that we can give in these difficult times, that's kind of the path. Am I answering all the questions that are out there?
I guess just like a basic, like more yes/no question is just like, there's going to be leftover contingency money because of COVID-19 and everything. Can we vote to have that money stay in contingency for next year? Since there are problems with contingency and it not being funded adequately.
No, I mean, in general, you can't direct your successors. You cannot take away from them their agency, their right to make the decisions. I mean, to me, I've always advocated this is the power of the electoral system, is that each cohort of elected officers that comes through know best what the exact situation that they're dealing with is. I mean, if you don't know what the next council will be confronted with, and so, taking away their range of motion, certainly I know is not what your intention in this question is. You're just trying to speak to issues, but I think you can issue forth kind of a guidance that this was our intention, and we believe this would be best, and we believe, we're just giving you advice that we think this would be a good action for you to take, but you can't force it upon them.
Mahika?
Yeah, so from my understanding, Roy, the what is it called? The barrier that the fiscal year closing in the middle of the summer would pose to sort of like allocating budgets from the spring preemptively, would that like not be an issue because of the COVID situation? So that's like one question. And then second question, which is more directed to like what you just said, is could after like the election cycle, like everyone's successors, like whoever takes over offices, like have autonomy over unused funds from spring quarter before they automatically go into like nameless surplus?
Well, we get, I guess this leads us into what is this kind of complicated, messy, there's in a sense, kind of this misalignment that is often problematic between the timing of electoral office holding and the fiscal years. So, the election that is about to occur is basically electing the 2020-2021 office holders, and they will be speaking for and have stewardship of the funds that were collected from that cohort of students that year. So it often gets a bit tricky here that so maybe the good answer here is that, in a sense, we need you to understand that all of the office holders that are there now are actually still responsible for this year's money through the end of the year. So a commissioner that is in a certain commission seat is responsible for this year's money, the 2019-2020 fiscal year through the end of the fiscal year. So control of your money does not transfer to your successors during this fiscal year. They have responsibility for next year's fiscal money. So I think maybe there's some solutions in there that you do still have responsibility and control of the 2019, 2020 fiscal year money. So I think that's, I guess I found my way to the solution to partly what I think you're saying. And you have to repose the first part of the question.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand. I guess it's easier if I just present the scenario. It's like basically what Robert was asking about contingency, but then also applied to like our offices. Essentially, money that was unused or like left over because programming is not a thing this quarter. Before that sort of goes into surplus, where there has to be sort of a whole process mid next year to get it out of surplus and start using it. Is there a way to prevent that scenario, because we know that things that were supposed to happen this quarter will be happening like in the fall or in the winter or in the spring again, like maybe even twice in a year, like once to make up for spring and then another time to do like the academic year 2020 2021. Did that make more sense?
So I think I'm following that. And, you know, to make sure that we follow the basic rules and find the best flexibility in times of crisis, perhaps the best way to do it is we can develop, working with all of the current office holders or office holders with this question in play, especially where there's going to be, as you're saying, a delayed iteration of an event that then might lead to two of that event occurring in a fiscal year, that we can, you know, earmark the money and convey that information to the incoming council with the strong recommendation from the prior council that, you know, these monies are simply coming across the boundary because of the crisis, and these are the exact amounts, and we are, you know, the money is coming, you just need to sort of accept that it's coming across as surplus and that it really ought to be applied in the interest of the student body for this sort of double iterations of some events. I mean, I think there's a way we can, you know, pull all that information out with clarity and convey it that way and set the upcoming council up to, you know, deal with this COVID-19 crisis in the way that you're all having to deal with it, and that they're going to get that as the beginning of their term. And I think that there's common cause in a solution that looks like this. I mean, it seems to me I would have a lot of optimism that we can make in practice the solution work that also follows sort of the technical requirements.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Dr. Geller?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of paraphrase. I think what is being asked and what Roy's been trying to address is the concept of restricted and unrestricted funds. And what you're not able to do is recharacterize unrestricted funds that typically go into surplus as restricted and determine that they go to a specific place.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think my mindset originally was just that because of the circumstances, yeah, I understand that that's a judgment call that the future council should probably make, because we should not be preemptively moving around surplus, because that just doesn't happen. And like if that was done in the past, that would have screwed us over and not given us autonomy. So, okay, I appreciate that. Any thoughts on this? Brandon, sorry to divert a little bit. Do you feel comfortable making a motion and giving a dollar amount about how much you're wanting to give with all that information to Books for Bruins, so we can go ahead and motion and vote?
Yes, I don't want to hold off on any money because I don't, like we're discussing, I don't know what's going to happen with it after. And I don't just want to add to the surplus for the sake of adding to the surplus. So I say, because we're in of the financial circumstances we're in, I want to allocate the full amount, which I believe is $690 to the Books for Bruins Fund from the contingency allocations on 1/14/2020, originally designated for GR3 Winter Retreat in the total amount of $375, and
Second.
1/21.
I
Do we need to do separate motions?
It can be the same.
Okay. Okay, and 1/21 for $360.15 for computer accessory.
I second.
Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Kim's raising her hand. Thank you, Kim. Okay, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. All against. I'm not sure if that's everyone, so I'm just going to go through. Please unraise your hand if you are raising it.
My bad.
No, I mean not just you, Lau. Lots of people.
Oh, I was 4. I apologize.
Oh, 11. Okay, I'm
sorry.
I'm still not sure how many council members are present, so I'm still waiting. 11. So all against. I see Mahika, Millen, and Orion have their hands raised. Okay.
I'm not against. I'm not
Okay.
against.
Millen, are you against? Okay, sorry. Okay, and all abstaining. Okay, I'm assuming that's everybody then. So by a motion of 11 to 0, the allocation is approved. Thank you so much, Brandon. And
of course,
I think everyone appreciates it. Okay, moving on in the agenda, we are now going to contingency programming. David.
Okay, so this week we received one application to fund an online workshop for their organization. The total amount requested was $874.24, and we allocated $544.34.
Quick question. What did they specify what exactly the online workshop, like why it needs $900 to operate an online workshop?
They want to do it. They said the reason we allocated for $544 was because they said they provided documentation for 15 people who had showed interest and like signed up to taking a finance workshop online. And I guess it was, to their documentation, it was $35 a workshop, I think. I can pull it up. So
so that was it. It's like it's not like a workshop hosted by the club. Is it they want to go take a class or some sort of like outside workshop that costs money? Okay, that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Can I motion?
Yeah.
I motion to allocate $544.34 to non-USAC entities.
I second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. I see Kim. Okay, so Kim, you're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But keep your hands raised, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. All against? Is there anyone against or abstaining? Because I'm counting 10. Okay, then I'm going to move forward just with 10 to 0 as the vote to approve contingency. Great. Okay. SFS allocations. Jonathan's not here. Does Jonathan have a proxy? I'm assuming not, so we'll move forward.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he does? Sorry.
He does not.
Oh, he does not. Okay, thank you. Bag allocations. Joanna?
No bag allocations.
Okay, thank you. TGIF, Lily?
Hi, no allocations, but I wanted to update everyone on how TGIF is going to work this quarter. We're no longer distinguishing between mini and main fund, and it has no deadline, so it's going to be a rolling basis. With you're able to request like the range of funds you want. So I believe it's either 1,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000, or above 10,000. We're doing this because one, we don't anticipate a large volume of applications, and two, it's hard to meet as a committee and hold hearings virtually, so we're doing it this way. We're also broadening the scope of our funding guidelines for student relief efforts. I'm not able to make those funding guidelines myself or like make student relief like funds available as chair, but say if one of you were to apply for relief funds, you could do that. We will be prioritizing sustainable orgs, obviously, because that's the purpose of TGIF, but like I said, we don't anticipate a high volume of applicants. So get creative.
Question. If two separate offices apply for a student worker relief fund, would both be able to get approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Lily, for the update. I don't know why I just muted myself. Okay, we're moving on to appointments. Jenny Wang for Finance Committee Vice Chair. Hi, David.
Hi. Should I just give an introduction about Jenny Wang?
And is Jenny here?
Yes, I think she was just. Okay, perfect.
I'm right here.
Oh, awesome. And then did ARC do a review?
No, they did not.
So I talked to Dr. Geller about it. She said that since Jenny has been in FICOM for like the whole year, we just basically need to reassign her to a new role.
Okay.
And vote on it.
Okay, so David, yeah, maybe just an introduction, and then I'll just ask if anybody has any questions for Jenny. Jenny, thank you for staying on for the council meeting and everything. We appreciate it. So David.
Yeah, so Jenny joined Finance Committee last year as just an alternate member. This year we put her on answering emails, responding to emails, and getting more just acquainted with the requisition process. And we also reviewed some of the emails that she was responding, and she was doing a great job. She also takes initiative all the time, so we figured it was, we figured that the role of vice chair is a great position for her.
Great. Jenny, do you have anything that you want to add? You don't have to say anything if you don't want, but like an introduction or anything if you want.
I'm not really sure what's needed from me, but I'm Jenny. I've met some of you before. Yeah, kind of just basically what David's saying. I'm a second year. I joined FICOM last year, and then this year, I guess we like transitioned more into vice chair roles that I did not realize was being transitioned to me until after they invited me to be vice chair. So that's cool.
Sweet. Thank you, Jenny. Are there any questions for Jenny? Okay. With that, is there a motion to approve?
I motion to appoint Jenny Wang to FICOM vice chair.
I second.
Okay. Everyone, please raise your hand. Let's raise it, y'all.
Sorry, my phone went out for a sec. Are we voting in support of the candidate right now?
Yeah, the appointment. Mm-hmm. Okay, Kim. Oh, you can raise your hand now. We stand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, by a motion of 11 to 0, the motion passes, and Jenny Wang is appointed to the Finance Committee Vice Chair position. Congrats, Jenny. Sweet.
Thank you.
We would usually clap for you. Just know we're virtually clapping for you.
It's okay. I appreciate the sentiment.
We can virtually
You
clap.
can do the reaction like I did, see?
Yeah.
Some of us are virtually clapping for you. I'm clapping for you. Thank you. So you're good to go. And
Awesome.
Awesome. And thank you, David, for speaking with us too. Moving on. Okay. Officer reports. Before we do this again, I'm just going to preface that I know a lot's been going on, and I'm sure some of us have updates. But please, if you can keep it brief, try to keep it brief. So I'll go real quick. So I've been having weekly meetings since we sent out the email with asking for more communication with the Vice Chancellor. So every week on usually Wednesday or Thursday, I have a meeting with Vice Chancellor Gordon, the same type of communication with Pat Turner. So we've discussed a lot of different things that have been brought up by you all, including like commencement, including elections, including just like the health of students, updates of all sorts. So if you all have any questions for me about that, just let me know. Or if you all ever want something brought up in those meetings, please let me know. I'm really happy with Monroe and other administrators, including Pat, for being so communicative. So I appreciate that. I am still concerned about the Academic Senate, which I know Naomi added, and we can talk about later, and somewhat disappointed in our relationship. I had a meeting with the Chancellor yesterday. It was super good. It was super cute. He essentially had, we talked about 3 different topics. One was the threshold for voter turnout. So the Chancellor has sent to UCOP to consider lowering it, but he did not give a number. We both mutually agreed that 10% was too low, because that would allow for only 5% plus 1 of the student body to vote to approve a fee on the whole student body. But he did agree that, like, I think some action needs to be taken. And just so you all know, this request was not just sent by UCLA. So UC Berkeley and other schools also sent requests to UCOP. So we're waiting for a decision for them. The other thing we discussed was what was it? We discussed Millen's request to discuss a transparency report for student fees. The Chancellor seemed to be somewhat hesitant, but Monroe, the Vice Chancellor, did indicate that he was open to the idea of it and wanted to get a meeting with Greg Goldman, who's the Chief Financial Officer, Millen, and myself to discuss further about how we can really communicate to the student body how fees are being used. And then the last thing, and I would say one of the most important things, was this conversation about the Academic Senate. I think Naomi and I are both pretty disappointed in how the relationship has turned out between the Academic Senate and ourselves, just the lack of communication, making very large decisions in terms of grading, in terms of finals, in terms of essentially everything, without proactively consulting our student government or even the leaders that are students on the Academic Senate. The Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor agreed that there needs to be better communication with us, and said that they were going to ask the chairperson of the Academic Senate to meet with us further. So that's what's happening. I'm sure we'll go into more detail with that later. As far as my office goes, we're working on campaign. We're also doing our initiative to increase voter turnout. We're still working on the Blue Book Scantrons initiative to be permanent. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. Also with our initiative to make the Basic Needs Committee more transparent, and then doing some sustainable stuff with Good Clothes, Good People in Platform 3, along with just making sure that gender inclusive housing went well for this cycle. So I think that is it for me. I still have my email I'm going to send out to the student body. I actually have 2, since we didn't use the one from last quarter. One of those I'm definitely using during election week to tell people to vote. I might use both of them for that, but really I want to hear your all's feedback too. So just let me know if you all have any feedback for any of that, or any questions. Thanks. That's it from me. EVP, Joanna. Or yeah.
Yeah. I had my meeting with Janet Napolitano like last week, I think. It went terribly. It wasn't a very effective meeting. I feel like it was very like just like a check-in almost. I don't feel like it provided me with any information that I can tell you all, but I think we also had we now have weekly COVID calls with UCSA, so that was also this weekend. Campuses talked about a variety of different things, but they've one of the bigger things that campuses have had issues with is like housing and being moved, like for example at Santa Cruz they like had moved all the students from one side of the campus to the other. And I know like that same weekend UCLA decided to start moving kids to plazas. So but I wouldn't say that, at least from what I've heard, I haven't seen too many students from UCLA struggling with that. But if there are housing issues, I guess just let me know. But I don't feel like UCLA is struggling really in any of those things. And I think that's it. We selected our giveaway winners like from during spring break, so I'm gonna start processing all of that. But my finance director is moving back in this weekend, so we will see when we can start processing that. I think that's it.
Thanks, Joanna. Sorry, Mahika. I just saw that your hand was raised, and Lalo too. Do you have a question for me or Joanna?
I think that was an accident as usual. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Lalo, yeah.
Yeah, real quick, because I realized I hadn't brought this up. So I know last week we had a conversation about commencement and like student initiated graduation. So I just wanted to update y'all that ABC DeLuca has like committed essentially to like bringing together all the student initiated graduation chairs, along with sole advisors and other student affairs staff, to like get this planning process started. I know the student initiated graduation chairs have already like started a group meeting and already like planning to meet up as well. So there's like that is being moved forward with. Yeah.
Thanks, Lalo. Rep 2, Orion.
So we're still working on the overall budget analysis. So we've got the ability to sort stuff automatically into categories. And then we've also, we just finished simulation. This is a little bit less relevant. Well, this is not relevant for this year anymore because of the COVID situation, but we have finished simulating the elevators for the move out situation. And we found that through the simulations, we could decrease the amount of time. We need to double check these results, but we can improve the throughput, the number of people getting out of the building by 3 times, and reduce the wait time from 30 minutes down to 2 minutes per person who's waiting for the elevator. So I think we can roll that out next year during move out. But yeah, and yeah, still working on all the other things that you all know about. So I think I'll end it there.
Sweet. Thanks, Orion. AAC, Naomi.
Hi, everyone. So I just have a few things to update you all with. One of the main things that we've been working on is Books for Bruins. We finally went through all of the applications, and we were able to consider everyone and give them an amount that was as close as possible to being able to like adequately serve them according to their needs. So honestly, really big shout out to Mahika and Jonathan, and then of course Brandon for putting their resources towards this scholarship. Like I said, every year the applications are already hard to read, but I think this year it was particularly difficult for my staff and I to go through. And we just really appreciate y'all like putting students' needs first, because it's really important in this time. I would also say we are currently working with the USIE program. I'm working with the chair that Robert appointed, Ju Yi. and we're working to find a vice chair for him, but we're also trying to advertise that program as much as possible, just because USIE is a program that AAC in the past has been very close to and has worked a lot with, but it's kind of like fizzled out over the years. So we're trying to work to strengthen that. And then I am also going to be meeting with an analyst for the Academic Senate to push forward our recommendations for the undergraduate council in regards to like textbook affordability and stuff. So when we hear back from, well, actually, when we have an actual vote on that, I will update you all on what goes on there. Like I said last week, we had a priority enrollment, our final priority enrollment meeting for the year as of right now, and we are currently waiting on the committee to finish voting. I believe that will conclude April 10th, so we'll hear like the results of that, and we'll find out whether or not updated groups will be receiving priority enrollment. And my office. So I've been getting a lot of questions in regards to the drop deadline when it comes to like impacted classes or non-impacted classes. A lot of people are really confused on like the registrar's website. So I'm currently working with my office to create several graphics and also to create links on our website to guide people on like what are the actual policy changes that were enacted, because a lot of people are just genuinely confused on these policy changes, and rightfully so. So that's what we're going to be doing. And then lastly, just the Academic Senate, I would call it little dilemma that like Robert and I are in, but also I would say like all of council and all of my senators, we are really working to make sure that student voices are happening, like are at these tables when these conversations are happening. And we really felt like students have not been present in discussions with the Academic Senate. I sit on several committees and I've already voiced my opinion on this matter, and we even voiced it to the Daily Bruin too. So again, we'll probably talk about that later as well, but that's it.
Thanks, Naomi. CEC, Tara.
All right, so still in the process of trying to figure out programming things to settle down with. But as of Sunday, some of my staffers, one of my staffers is a certified yoga instructor. So she's doing, we're going to start doing weekly yoga classes via Zoom. And I think pair it with like different, like limited giveaway things relating to like fitness stuff that we could like give to students, like something health related, so maybe like a HelloFresh gift card, something like that, like small things to keep people engaged. So that was cute, and they're very passionate about it, so I didn't have to do it all. And then we're working on just seeing like what we can do in terms of like live streaming events. I think by next week we'll have some things nailed down. There's one that I'm really excited about, but it's not set yet, so I don't want to speak too soon. So I think that might be my only main update for now.
Thank you. CSC is not here. Kat Kalechi.
Hey, small updates as well. Currently, we're still trying to figure out what we're doing. I feel like my commission's also just very sad about JRF still. Concerts is moving online, so I'll probably talk about that more next week, but also I think Word and Art Series are thinking of moving their programming online too, so that's to come. And then I'm still figuring out exactly how to cut my funding bodies, or like what to do with all of those, but yeah, I think that's mostly it over here on CAX. And yeah,
Thank you, Kalechi. Facilities, Lily.
Hi. No major updates, but I'm starting to hold office hours again. So they are Wednesday, 10 to 12 PST. I'll be posting the Zoom link. Come through if you have any facilities related questions. My chief of staff also has office hours from 10 to 12. PST on Mondays. We're having our first all staff meeting this week. I'm really excited to see everyone again and try to help them get back on track with their projects and adapt to this new world we live in. So that's it from FAC.
Great. FSC, Millen.
Hi. So, just a few updates. Our Reproductive Justice Health Center was supposed to launch week 1 of spring quarter, but obviously, like that couldn't be possible. So we've moved it online. It's going to be a tab on our website that's going to have like all the resources that we've collected from all the different groups that we're collaborating with. A lot of the supplies has already been ordered. So like the tent's already ordered, a lot of the decorations and stuff like that. So that's going to be stored in the FSC office, and then the next FSC is going to take on like this project and open it up in fall. So it's still like a sustainable project. It will be occurring throughout like the next year, at least with the new FSC. But there are some like extra funds for it that we were able to use. So I want to talk about like possibly redirecting that to some sort of relief fund that like we can discuss later in the discussion item. Other than that, we are trying to figure out how to get all the lab coats back because we were supposed to get it back like being the spring quarter. So for people that aren't seniors, they're gonna give it back fall quarter, but I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get it back from people that are seniors that aren't coming back to UCLA. So just trying to figure out if they can mail it and I can reimburse them or something. But if you have any ideas on that, let me know. We got the iClicker loaner library. We got 105 iClickers from the store through TGIF funding. So the next FSC will implement those in fall as well. What else? Oh, we wrote a letter that advocates for the proper compensation for student workers. And so that was sent to admin last week. I know that Vice Chancellor Beck responded to me just saying that he received it, but I'm still waiting on like an official response from admin. Even though I emailed back a few times, so if anyone can help maybe like encourage admin to respond to that or give me any advice on like how to make sure that they do respond to that properly, because the letter is like, I feel like it spelled out a lot of the issues that we're talking about regarding student workers, and it does deserve a response, and the student workers that have submitted testimonial forms and have submitted the lost wages form deserve that response. And then the last thing is, like Robert said, that we're working on like the reduced tuition of some sort, but I know that that's not necessarily feasible as of right now, as like Johanna and Robert have said multiple times. So just that transparency report to see where those budgets are, because I feel like that will kind of show students and like make them feel as if what they're paying for is proper and justified, as well as asking admin to kind of contribute to like that relief fund that I know a lot of us have been talking about. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Millen. SWC.
So this is kind of important, and I really want you all to know about it. So next week, SWC is going to be launching a basic needs grant and a COVID-19 like relief scholarship. And I'll have more details on it once it's like completely confirmed and good to go, and I have dates for you all in numbers. But if you want to help out with like funding, or if you have questions, just like let me know and I'll keep you in the loop with like how we're trying to make it as accessible and equitable as possible. And like obviously like any input on that is like always appreciated because it can only be productive. And then let's see, Bruin Consent Coalition's digital internship application is open. They've got a ton of applicants, but you know, it would be great if you know anyone who's interested, tell them to apply. And they're compiling an ongoing list of resources for survivors of sexual violence and sexual assault. And like we'll post one every day on social media. CPR and first aid program is in the process of developing webinar-based first aid instruction. So if you know any student organizations or like groups of people who would be interested in a free online class, let me know. And Total Wellness's Move Well zine launched today, and you can go check that out on Facebook and Instagram. And yeah, social media presence is popping. That's all from me.
Thank you, Mika. Admin, Jessica.
So just to kind of reiterate what Lily had mentioned previously about TGIF. So the new application is live on the website now. You can find it at tgif.ucla.edu. So that will be a live link through the end of the quarter, and applications will be accepted on a rolling basis. They'll be reviewed every Friday for the committee to then determine allocations the following week. So just bear that in mind if you have a time-sensitive project that you're trying to do. I'm also doing virtual office hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So if anybody has specific questions about TGIF, you can join there or just send me an email. Other than that, as far as other funding sources go, for those of you that have funds, if you're going to not be allocating funding, or if you're going to be bringing your guidelines to council to amend to change, the scope of funding that you can allocate, just a reminder to let Vong know, and also let me or Fernando know so we can have it updated on the USAC website. And then we can also pass a note on to SOL advisors. This way, when student groups reach out to ask questions about funding, they can kind of know where everyone's at. I know some of you have already let Vong know that you're not allocating funds for spring quarter. But if anybody hasn't updated us on that, just make sure that you do as soon as possible so that we can pass that info on and make sure everybody's on the same page. And then if you have any questions about anything too, feel free to let us know.
Thank you, Jessica. Is Roy still here? Roy is not. But I see Vong's here.
Yes, I am.
Hey, Vong, do you have any updates that you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, just we are still accepting recs. Just that if you guys could email it to us.
Okay, great. Thanks, Vong. Dr. Geller and Fernando.
I don't have anything to share. I'll continue to send information on anything relevant as I receive it.
Thanks, Dr. Geller. Fernando?
I just looked at the bag one, Fernando, and they have the wrong email. Who do I? On the chat? Okay.
Thank you, Fernando, and congrats, Kim, too, on working on that in your team.
It's all my team. Shout out to USAC Connect if they're watching.
Okay. And Josh.
Hey, everybody. Just a quick update. Housing is moving forward with the housing moves out of Denev Courts, and that has been going fairly well. Dining options are going to increase starting next week. They're going to reopen Denev and Feast in keeping with the governor's guidelines. They cannot be sit-down restaurants, but more dining options will be expanded. And that's where we're at. We're quiet on the hill, friends. We went from 14,000 and we are now at just a little over, I think our exact number as of tonight was 1,035.
What the
Wow.
fuck?
Any questions for
Oh
Josh?
shit! I'm so sorry.
Is that number expected to decrease?
It could. There are still folks that are still making a decision of whether they're going to stay and leave. So that number could vary, but as we are in week 2, we think we'll stay in and around that number for right now.
Any other questions for Josh? Okay. Thank you for that update, Josh. Awesome. Okay. We're going to move right into old business then, which is the USAC budget / funding, and that's from Kim.
Yeah, I mean, it was just to continue our conversation from last week about whether or not our office budget can be like, if we can make some sort of like COVID relief fund for it and whatnot. For my office, I personally still have like around $7,000 that I would wanna. I honestly still don't know what to do with it. I'm planning to give like a good chunk of it to Books for Bruin. It seems like Naomi could really use the that money. So, yeah.
Yeah, Millen.
Hi. So like I kind of mentioned before, Lalo and I have been talking about this idea for the past couple of days. But like my office specifically, like since FSC, our main responsibility is to alleviate financial burden. Like we've been receiving a lot of questions and like suggestions as to what USAC can do. And since that, I know that like a lot of people have talked about how there's extra money in their budget. Like I personally have some, but I know other offices have like a lot bigger amounts of money. I think like it would be really beneficial for all of us to pool our money together and create like one giant USAC relief fund, because I feel like even the term is like of USAC, like being like a collaborative effort amongst all council members, not necessarily being like specified on one office, is a lot stronger, and it can gain a lot more traction and kind of seem as if like, you know, we're all working together for this unprecedented time and like helping students together. I do think that that can be really strong, but I also want to emphasize that like I feel like this relief fund should not entirely rely on like student government and student fees. Like I think that we still need to really advocate to administration to fund it of some sort, because like the entirety of the fund should not specifically just be from student fees. But I think that like we can contribute a good amount towards this, since it is like unprecedented and we could never have expected this, and a lot of our student fees aren't being used properly. But Lalo and I just kind of wanted to gain like your suggestions on it, your thoughts on it, and then if Lalo wants to speak a little bit on it.
Yeah, Joanna and then Naomi.
So I just looked at my budget and we are at $64,322. I would like to use that money. Yes, it can go to Brooks for Bruins, but I think there's a lot of flexibility for my funding. Yeah, similar to Kim, I feel like I've been seeing what different council members have been doing, so I don't feel like, because if Mexica is already doing a COVID relief fund, like I would like to know more about like what generally that's for, so that way when we come up with the council like funding pool, like what this is also for, like I think just being more explicit about it would be helpful. And then I'm also down to explore paying for future Bruin posts out of my office budget, because we know that that's been a big issue. So hopefully paying for at least maybe like twice a quarter or 3 times a quarter newsletters from OP and stuff like that. I think that would be very, just to make sure that we have that option if stuff comes up.
Thank you.
So I think it would, if I could get numbers about like how much broom posts cost, and then seeing if we can just pay that forward like now for future posts, I feel like I'd like to get that out of the way. And then I can figure out what is left in my budget that I can use for COVID relief.
Okay. Naomi and then Mahika.
Can you come back to me real quick?
Yeah. Mahika.
Hey, yeah, just to Millen's point and then Joanna's question, like I'd love to talk more about what SWC has in the works, and like I'm definitely open to like talking about collaborations and things like that. I just didn't say much earlier because I didn't know that this was like on people's minds as much. But to give some background, and also like Bong, since you're here, this is what I was going to talk to you about tomorrow anyways. But essentially we also have like an exorbitant amount of money, especially because Bruin Run Walk, which is like our most expensive event, it's around like $30,000, is not happening anymore, and like won't be happening for the year of 2020. So like we have all that money, not to mention like there's no way that like every single committee is going to use their entire budget on online programming and giveaways. So like we have a lot of money, and we're like trying to assess exactly how much right now. But as of now, we have committed around $35,000 to putting that $35,000 into these two grants. So the first one is a basic needs grant, and it's essentially like the textbooks. It's open to everyone. I mean, they're all open to everyone, but sorry, everyone who applies will get some sum of money. The only limitation is that it's used for people's basic needs, such as like menstrual hygiene, oral hygiene, exercise, even utilities. Each person can apply for up to $100, and we're like phasing out this grant process over the rest of the quarter. So it'll be like open in 2-week cycles, where we'll have sort of like a cap on how much money we give out every 2 weeks, but it won't be first come first serve, because people's applications will like roll over to the next phase. For example, like weeks 3 through 4, and then 5 through 6, and then 6 through 7, 8 through 9. And yeah, so we aim to basically either based on need and based on like how they fill out the application, we're either going to do a reimbursement. If their need is like immediate, we'll do a reimbursement. And if their need is not as immediate, or they don't have the means to front any type of money, like we will like do sort of a cash advance type process with SGA in order to get that money to them. And we're going to do it using either Visa gift cards or like Target gift cards, or an e-gift card of their choice. Whew. And then for the larger grant, like what we're kind of calling the scholarship, we don't really have names right now, but like the larger grant is basically $500, and there's going to be 2 like short answer questions that are like maximum 400 words on it, and that's it. And anyone who's a UCLA student can apply for this one as well. And right now, based on the 35K, hold on, let me pull up the document. Based on 35K, we're planning to give out, I think, like 30 of those. And the only thing, like, I really like the idea of like collaborating, like Millen said, and sort of like maybe even putting all of our budgets together. The only reason that might be difficult is the more people we have like reviewing applications, if we're not giving money to every single person who applies, like the harder it'll be to decide like who we can give the money to, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's kind of my overview on it right now. It's obviously not confirmed, but we're like planning to roll it out next week. I would love like input, suggestions. If you want to contribute money and like be part of the process, or if someone has an alternative that they can sort of like get to me in the next week, that they think, this money could be used in a better way, or like publicized in a different way, like please let me know. I'm open to any and all suggestions. But yeah, that's like the background on that. And if anyone has any questions, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to take up this much time.
Robert,
totally
can
fine.
I
Yeah.
go again?
Yeah, Lalo has a question too, but Naomi, go ahead.
Okay. So I like am totally with Mahika in the fact that like I think I'm for putting our funds towards one area, but I am a little skeptical to have like a lot of readers on the funds, especially like, for example, like my team has been doing this all year and we know how to read through like need, and even that is like really difficult. And I would be kind of uncomfortable with like people who haven't been doing that all year, just like randomly doing it because they have the money to do it. So I would be just advise people to be like really cautious, and like I'm really glad that, sorry, I'm out of breath because I was walking up the stairs. But I would just be advise people to be really cautious, and I'm really glad that Mahika is like asking for like advice. And Mahika, I would love to like contribute in any way that I can as well too, whether it's in terms of like how to make it more equitable or like how to reach more students. Yeah. I'm done.
Can I talk
Yeah,
now?
Lalo, then Lalo,
I
then
didn't go
Kalechi.
to you, sorry.
You can go.
You're
Colette.
good. You're good. You're good.
No, you can go, Lalo.
Oh, I was just gonna say, especially to like what you just brought up, Naomi. I know when Min and I were talking, we were saying trying to use like, I think it's difficult because you don't like you said, like you don't want to weigh like someone's need against someone else's need and like make it into like oppression Olympics or anything like that. So I know something we were thinking is like trying to do it first come first serve basis, but I know that also might not be the most equitable way either, because like some folks might not even have access to like internet or anything like that. So I definitely think it's a conversation we need to have depending on how we move forward with it, to make sure like the folks that might need it the most are able to access it. Um, yeah, but like that's just like initially we had thought maybe like first come first serve, but now I'm unsure.
Okay, Kalechi, and then we'll move to Joanna, then Orion, then Millen.
Firstly, my bad if I jumped the line. I just thought there was no queue because I couldn't find one. I guess I just want to be transparent about where CAC is at because we have a shit ton of money left over since JRF is like some $120,000 and is not happening at all. But I'm just not sure how much of that is going where because I'm talking to my directors about it this weekend. So yeah, I think what currently is happening is I'm going to talk to them about how they want to split that, where they want to put it, and I'm going to strongly encourage them to put part, or like for us to put part of it towards books for Bruins and whatnot. But just want y'all to know that there's like about that much that we are looking at spending on some like whatever form of relief is somewhere like over 100K, and then that I don't know right now, but I'm going to talk to them about it. So yeah.
Gotcha. Joanna? You're muted.
I was saying, yeah, I feel like we keep talking about doing something every week, and I think what would just help me right now would be to get a general idea of like the kinds of issue areas. I'm struggling with Mahika's relief grant because it feels very all-encompassing, unless I'm mistaken. Because I don't want to be putting different applications out there for the same thing. Like I feel like Books for Bruins is gonna be fine, regardless of how much like money. Like I'm pretty sure my office and like other offices are gonna be able to give as much money as possible in order to meet the need. But just generally for the relief fund, I feel like it would just help me a lot more for us to decide: are we gonna do like one big USAC grant, or are we gonna encourage offices to do their own? And like if you're gonna do your own, please like describe the issue area so that way we're not doing like the same thing, and unless people think that's a good idea, because I personally don't. And I know Millen stated already that people have, and I've received the same questions too, like just people have different ideas for how the funding should be used. So I would strongly urge council members to like have more conversation about what kind of things they want to fund. not just so that we don't overlap, but also like if there's something that we hadn't thought about and would like to discuss, I feel like that would be very helpful. And then, like, for example, with my office, I feel like I have a lot more flexibility in what my office can fund. And so, like, I would just be open to a lot more communication and just like ideas about that, just so that if there's something an office can't cover but would thinks is a good idea, then another office can step up. Or if we're gonna do one big like USAC fund, then like that would we can like discuss more how that'll work out.
Gotcha. Okay. Orion and then Millen.
If we wanted to do one big fund, I do like the idea, Millen. And if we are worried about the issues of how do we choose what gets the funding, one possibility is we could have, like, for instance, every office grade each like application, and then you just like put all the grades together and then like remove the outliers and then see what the average is, or something like that. Some sort of process.
That sounds like a terrible approach to equity. Can I just say that?
Why do you think so? Versus just one office doing it?
I mean, not necessarily versus just one office doing it, but grading people on like a grade scale and then having other offices all weigh in and then remove the outliers. Like, I mean, I will be honest, there are certain offices, namely maybe yours, that I don't trust to grade people in the way that I would be evaluating people who are for basic needs or something like that.
Jump in real quick too, Orion. That I think I have a huge problem with like trying to numerically categorize struggle and try to like equalize things across the board. Like that is not the purpose of this fund. The purpose is to serve students who are the most in need. That's why it's called the COVID-19 Relief Fund. It's not called the let's give everybody $25 and call it a day. So I think we should move on.
Okay. I mean, I'm still just going to continue going in the order that we have, but I appreciate.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that we just give everyone $25. It would be the same sort of process. And if you're worried that one office would give a weird score, it would be in the outlier category.
I just want to say that's what you did for when we voted.
Sure. That was your approach to surplus. I don't think anybody trusts you to approach equity in an equitable manner. Like, can we move on?
In surplus, we did not remove outliers.
Sir,
Okay.
your
We're
alliance
going to move on.
All
We're going to move on all fronts to Millen, who has had her hand up for a long time. Go ahead, Millen.
Yeah, so what did I want to say? I forgot now. Oh, okay. So yeah, just to kind of address what Robert said earlier. So I said it before, but like I know that FSC doesn't have that large of a budget. Like we only have around $1,000, but given the fact that like my office's main responsibility is to alleviate financial burden, and like a lot of students do come to me, like asking questions about if there's going to be a relief fund or like how we're going to go about it. I would like to like really participate in helping organize this relief fund. I think to like just kind of echo what Naomi was saying earlier is that like, and Lalo, I kind of talked about this, is that I think if we all pool it together in like one relief fund, it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be a good idea, and it wouldn't even be feasible to have all of our offices try to read all these like applications. I think that we should trust like whether it's people that have experience with this and like have experience choosing like equitable decisions and who gets us money. Like I feel like choosing that other outside party or outside committee, whether that's from our offices or not, to like be that deciding factor would be like the right way to do it. So like hiring of some sort, like a relief fund committee that like reads all of these, so it doesn't rely on council members who also have like a lot of other things to do. It doesn't rely on one office, because all of our offices are doing very effective things right now. Like if there's an office that has a committee within it that's has experience in choosing these kind of decisions, then like we can talk about that. But I think that like it would be most effective to hire like a committee for this relief fund that chooses who gets to receive these scholarships. And I just wanted to hear like your opinions on that.
Yeah. I'm next. So I think, Millen, like that was my main concern. Was I was just wondering what like your leadership looked like in this, just because I know that like you're in an unfortunate position where like other offices, especially commissions and like offices that receive funding, through referenda have money to be able to give, which like I don't want to say it's unfair, but it's like unfortunate that like you as the financial supports commissioner don't have like the inherent monetary leadership to be able to support people. And with the offices like EVP and SWC who have been like really gracious in being willing to contribute to this or try to help out in this way, like I'm just wondering what it looks like in terms of your leadership on this, and in terms of like, although it would be a USAC fund because clearly there's other offices that are contributing to this, like just what the rule looks like in terms of like I asked you kind of like, can your office read apps? Like, would your office be one of like the central people in charge of that? And then like, for example, like Mahika and Joanna, like inherently, like that's a decision you all have to make as well as like, are you comfortable like entrusting, somebody or some leadership group to like manage this fund and read these apps? But yeah, Millen, you had one other thing you wanted to add?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see your message till just now, but like 100% like my office would be down to be that deciding factor, but like I just want to make sure that everybody will be comfortable with that, and I like understand that like there are other offices that have more experience in deciding these things, whether it's through like Books for Bruins or like other certain funding bodies that have been allocated. So like my office would definitely be down to do that, but I don't want to say that like my office should do it, because I think that like a lot of other offices also have experiences, so it's up to you all to like collaborate with me on that. And then one more thing I want to say was about kind of the multiple different funds. Just one thing against that would just be that like a lot of times the biggest criticism that I get from students is that they feel like scholarships are very disconnected, that there's a lot of different scholarships, and they feel very confused as to like what to apply to and what not to, because there's so many different like scholarships from different bodies and different organizations that confuses them as to like how they differ. And so that's why like we've been working on this entire year, the Scholarship Resource Center, and trying to like organize that in a better way, but it's still very confusing for students. And so to have like different USAC relief funds that aren't necessarily centralized would be even more confusing, which is why like I think Lalo and I are really advocating for this one big relief fund where we can all publicize it together.
Okay, that helps. And Mahika and Jana, since like both of your offices sound like two large contributing offices, at some point I would love to hear from you all about like your all's willingness or openness, given that it is your office money. Like how are you willing to allow other offices to engage with that? Like if Millen were to take some leadership, or her office's leadership in this, like is that something that you all support or would just like be comfortable with, because it's your all's money at the end of the day? So I would love for you all to like address that at some point, or just see what your all's comfortability is with that. But Kim?
Yeah, I mean, my point was also the same point as you, Robert, and Millen has said. Because, like, if we were to do one big, like, COVID relief fund by USAC, I just don't think, well, first of all, I don't think the USAC as a council will be able to review it. So it should be a committee. I don't know which office, but, like, it should be, like, a committee within someone's office that has been trained to do it. Just because, like, we're trying to avoid what basically was about to happen, the same thing that was about to happen with surplus fund. So, I mean, but I think it'd still be a good idea for us to kind of, for like offices to collaborate on like pool offices.
You're breaking up a little bit, Kim. But I think that she definitely is down for collaboration and making a committee that's collaborative. Kim, we can come back to you too later if your connection improves. Naomi?
I was just gonna say, like, I totally agree with what everyone's saying. And I think that Millen, my two retention first directors who lead this initiative can definitely sit on like, hello?
You're good.
Okay. Can definitely sit on a committee to like help decipher and go through those applications too, because they're definitely trained in doing that.
Okay. Lily?
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be like, I think, one big unified effort. I mentioned this 2 weeks
Is Lily breaking up?
Yeah,
She froze for me.
Okay, Lily, you froze. So just when you are unfrozen, I'll go right back to you on the order. Lalo?
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely think establishing some sort of committee would be better rather than like him said, like rather than having council do that, because I think it would put us in a dilemma similar to what council had last year of like having to allocate funds as equitably as possible. I think leaving it to a committee makes the most sense. I think my intention, at least when like outreaching to Millen, was like pulling the funds together and then like having folks allocate it rather than like having council do that. Um, Also, just on my end, there are folks within my office that um, have like allocated, not from my office because obviously my office is tiny, but like are part of like funding committees in other spaces that are also that would also definitely be interested. As well as they also have like connections to student workers and like just like a lot of like marginalized communities on campus to like slap and other student orgs like that. So if we do decide to like, I think it'd be good to kind of like decide if we could like also include like members from our offices. But I think we would probably have to discuss what that process looks like for like selecting folks if that's what we decide to do.
Joanna.
I think if we're gonna go with committees,
Wait,
I
sorry, you
feel
skipped
like
me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mahika. Sorry, Joanna too. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Mahika.
Yeah, I really support the idea of like people putting funds together. However, just because ours is already almost completely fleshed out and I really trust my people to get it done and like me to reach out to people to help with like the evaluation process. The only thing that would be like I really would prefer to sort of have my like SWC's own separate sort of system going just because like my staff and I have already put everything together and I don't want to delay it going out. That said, like I really still would appreciate and like count on sort of everyone's support in like sharing the app as widely as possible. And then secondly, like once y'all have like a fleshed out version of like Joanna was saying earlier, like specific areas or like if there is going to be like some sort of focus for like your own scholarship or grant or you want to like have multiple etc, like let me know and I'll see if SWC can contribute to that as well because like I said we're still in the process of like tallying how much money we can give away total because I really want to like support everyone through this. I just I think I do want our own fund to be separate just because of how it's already put together and like publicization reasons.
Okay. Joanna.
I was gonna talk about the committee stuff. I would say I know that since I have pretty much canceled all of my staff meetings for the quarter, I would feel comfortable asking more people to join the finance team for my office and help having them help our main director with any applications. I think I would like to see a committee that is like based out of like the people who traditionally do funding applications from our own offices. And anyone else that's interested in it and has experience and that we trust. I think I just feel a little bit hesitant to be telling people to review how funding is going for my where funding is going for my office if they're not affiliated with my office. Because I think different people from different offices will have different perspectives about why some about like how our funding should be spent. And I think just having that representative from my office be on that committee would help me feel more comfortable in making sure that my funding is going to be used appropriately, if you know what I mean. So I would say my minimum request would be to have someone from your own office, if as a finance director, to be part of that committee, and then we can explore just having more people added to the committee as well. Obviously having more people added to the committee is better than less. I mean, I think regarding Mahika's thing about releasing her application already, I feel like that's okay. I still feel concerned because of, I don't know exactly how because I guess the issue is you're saying that your application is based on basic needs, and when I think about COVID and the kinds of people that are extremely impacted by COVID, they're being extremely impacted because they're struggling even more to get their basic needs met. And so I feel like it's going to inherently conflict with whatever fund that USAC has. So I think I don't know how we're supposed to navigate this if like that, knowing that conflict's gonna happen, and like it feels like we're just gonna agree regardless to just do like overlapping applications, unless council can agree to make our application entirely different from yours.
Millen, and then
Can I actually like just speak on that real quick, just for like 30 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling Millen's and I are probably going to say the same thing, but if you want to go ahead and respond.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say like, yeah, I understand the concern. So like the grant thing is like the basic needs one is like something that I do feel like falls under my office's like purview. And like we have experience with it, I guess. And I don't really see it like conflicting too much with like a different grant or giveaway or like whatever y'all decide on, because it is specific and it's not like an overall COVID relief fund, and it's like a maximum of $100 to maximize the number of people that can apply. And if you did a similar thing, like ours would be going the whole quarter, but like you can just change the time. Like there's ways that we can make it beneficial, like different and beneficial. And I'm like very willing to like work with everyone on that. And then for the second one, which is the larger scholarship type thing, that in itself is limited because like SWC only has a limited amount of money. And we're making like the questions like health and wellness focused. So, and like you said, and I completely agree, like that's where people are going to be hit the hardest, and absolutely everyone's health and wellness has been negatively impacted by this. So like I'd be willing to like talk more about that with all of you. And again, also figure out, but I don't necessarily think that like having two different apps, for example, would really hurt, because ours also, I forgot to mention, for the scholarship one, that's like a larger sum of money, like $500, that's only going to be open for 2 or 3 weeks during the quarter, because we need time to like review applications and like give people money. So if you could honestly just like time yours to be after that, and like it would be just as useful. You also might end up having like a lot more money in yours and can like adjust amount values, and we can like publicize together. Like I really don't have a problem with any of that, and I'm like completely in support of whatever you decide.
Millen?
Yeah, so I just want to like re-emphasize that like my office's name is the Financial Supports Commission. Like it's in my bylaws, it's in like my literal office's name to like financially support students, which is why like I think Lalo came to me about the idea too. Like Robert and I have talked about it, and that like it does fall under my office's jurisdiction to like organize this relief fund. But like the reason why I think that we want to make it like an office-wide fund and not just like an FSC fund is because like I do respect and like I understand that a lot of you will be contributing a lot of your own money that like is under your offices, and my office itself doesn't have that much money, and I feel like it's just the most fair to like council as a whole, and like it's all of our efforts being combined, that it shouldn't fall under one office. It should be like a relief fund that's under all of the offices. And I feel like for just one USAC office to have their own relief fund while like the rest of us are like collaborating and like having our own relief fund is just, I'm not fully understanding like the purpose of that, because I understand like the fact that it's put together already and like, you know, you want to respect like your committee's hard work and efforts and like putting this together. But I also like feel like as FSC, I would have appreciated that collaboration with me, because my job is to like alleviate financial burden. And I feel like I have no problem with the basic needs ones. I think that's been like something that's under your office, Mahika. But as for like the relief fund, I just feel like it would be weird to come from your office, because like compared to other USAC offices, your office doesn't really have as much of, you know, responsibility to like alleviate that financial burden. So that's just like what my thinking is. But
Yeah. To add on to that, I think I'm no expert in SWC history, but I do know that when Brew Necessities, for example, was like made with like a claim to basic needs, that was met with a lot of controversy at the council table. And I know that like there's other work that's done in SWC with basic needs, but specifically that this has been a point of controversy in the past as well. And I like do really like I do not think that when Mill and I both came into office that we would be agreeing with each other this substantially, but that I think like Millen's duties and responsibilities of the Financial Supports Commissioner, I mean, explicitly the first thing in the bylaws is shall be to address areas of financial insecurity and financial concerns to the students. They shall be responsible to investigate and research any area of financial concern to the student body. And like that's, I think, very explicitly said in the bylaws. And I just think going off what Joanna said in the chat too, and I don't want to speak on behalf of her, but I think that like many of our offices could claim to represent basic needs. My office has done basic needs, and it's not just been my office, it's been presidents before me. Many GenReps have done it. FAC has done stuff with basic needs. CAC has done stuff with basic needs. Like, I think just with the logic of like our office does basic needs, so we're going to do a fund can become somewhat concerning, because I think like we fall down this rabbit hole then of like who's to stop Joanna from making her own fund in terms of like I want to do basic needs, or CAC from doing that, or from me from doing that. So I think this is like somewhat of a collective action problem. And like I definitely like Mahika, like I specifically with your office, I really want to value like the labor that you put in to probably create this grant. And I'm sure like students in your office have done like a lot of work to create that. I just I do disagree. I think that having two funds would not be hurtful. I think like a point that Millen and Jonna both made is I think it like would be hurtful. I think that although there's like some similarities that you described or differences in terms of like the amount and the timeline, I think that students who are seeing two different funds to like respond to COVID-19 will just be confused, period. And also like once again, I really think that we should come from an approach of like working together in collaboration, because I also don't want to say that Joanna committed to this or anything, but like I know a lot of offices here have definitely implied that they are willing to pool together their money to do something like this. And I think that like at the end of the day, that's much more powerful and would be much more helpful for students to have a fund with that support. And like, yeah, I just want to go back that I like really want to value and like emphasize Millen's role in this, just because I think like she's stuck in a pretty shitty situation where like her office doesn't have funding to do this. And she's like kind of relying on you all to like support her in her job in that regard. So that's just like my thoughts on it. Obviously, offices have control over their office budgets and can move forward without us approving it or not. But I think that like I would strongly consider just thinking about that moving forward. Naomi?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I think at this point, like I think either Mahika will put funds towards this general like overarching body, or like she won't. But either way, I still think we should like move on to like who's going to be contributing what funds, who's going to be like deliberating over like the applications, and like what's the timeline of this going to look like. And yeah, I think I want to emphasize like who's going to be looking over the funds is like a big thing too, because I know my office supports a lot of students who are like financially insecure at points, and just want to make sure that I'm not directing students towards a fund that's like going to be like all willy-nilly. And I don't expect that it will be, but I do want to make sure that I trust that I'm going to be advertising a fund that like I believe in.
Lalo?
Yeah, going off kind of what Naomi said, I think moving forward, I think we should probably start trending that route, just because I know with me it's 11 o'clock. And I know with folks on East Coast time it's even later, so I do want to like move, like try and start making some progress. I was gonna ask Dr. Geller or Jessica, like if y'all know, would we have to like with this relief fund that we create? I'm assuming we would have to bring the guidelines to council before we can even start allocating.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that too. Like I think we should, at least on my end, like I know like because my staff and I kind of talked about this just like in preliminary talks, and so there's like folks in my office that are starting to draft some sort of like template for guidelines. So I really think if we can like move forward with like trying to like finalize those so we can vote on them by next next week or the week after our council would be something I think we should move forward. I think we should definitely like then we should talk about like who would be sitting like on the like committee, like if like every office that contributes funding like gets like a rep or something, like I don't know, but I really do think we should start trending that direction.
Yeah, Millen?
Yeah, I really like the idea of like having different like members from offices that want to represent it. I would definitely be willing to like chair this committee like as FSC, and then have like one member from each office that has training in these sort of things, like making these sort of scholarships or funds equitable, be part of the committee. But yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea, if you guys have any interest in that.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a great idea. I mean, Millen, like it makes sense that you would be like a leader in this. Just to I know Lalo probably didn't mean this, but just like the one thing I would, and I'm obviously in a position of bias here, but I would definitely say that I don't think we should base who can sit on the committee just off if they contribute funding, because like for example, like some of our offices like literally don't have the option to contribute funding and still do like a lot of work that relates to this on campus. Maybe there can be a way to like designate that like Joanna's office or offices that give money have like 2 representatives or somehow like have more representation. But I think like just because an office can't contribute doesn't mean they should have no representation. I think in that way. I do agree there could be some difference, because obviously if there's an office like Joanna's or like any commissions that gives a lot of money, they should obviously have some say in that. So I don't want to imply that there's like an equitability standpoint there, but I think there are offices that do valuable work relating to this that just don't have money they can give. So that's just my opinion on it. I see Tara's raising her hand.
I think I
and
put
Naomi.
one before. I put a 1 before.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, Naomi and then Tara.
Yeah, I just want to bounce off what Robert said. I think it should go like experience based, like not just like money based, because I would be opposed to seeing someone who was just like, well, I'm gonna give $1,000 and I'm gonna sit on the committee. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah. Tara and then Millen.
Yeah, I was basically gonna echo that, but in a different way, because I don't know where our budget's at yet, and I don't know what the limited virtual programming we're trying to do will cost. But as a personal, value choice, I'd like to put money towards something like this. But I don't feel that anyone in my office or myself even are qualified to sit on the decision committee. So I definitely would agree that like even if I put the money in, like I would trust other offices with smaller amounts of money to do their share of contributing in a different manner by contributing their expertise.
Thank you, Tara. That's a good insight. Millen?
Yeah, I think maybe just to like move forward and talk about what the next steps would be. I feel like and Lalo and I talked about this a little bit, but maybe by next week, if everyone can like have a number that they can contribute, or like figure out within your budget like what the exact number is that you can contribute, and then we can sort of go from there, and like we can figure out tonight what committee we want to have, or like who we want it to be on the committee. But I feel like in terms of just like making sure that this gets out as fast as possible and like the organization of it is there, just having like those exact numbers would be helpful if possible by next week.
Yeah, I would also just add that I think like we have a time constraint here, obviously, of like I would encourage all the offices that are planning on contributing to like we really should move forward like quickly with this because you know with all the management that's going on, we're week 2, the application, the allocation, like this is going to take a lot of time. So I would really encourage us and like Millen, it sounds like you're willing to step as a leader like in this to like really start to like organize what this looks like and like getting a committee formed and getting that money pulled together. So my question is, although it's a USAC entity, I think it can be operated through an office budget. Like even though it's a USAC budget, we can either have a separate account made or we can put it in like Millen's office, but with committee members that sit on it from other offices. And that would just be a budget transfer form. So we just like really need to logistically start to work on that because I think like I'm worried that by the time we get all of this organized, it will be like week 5 or week 6 and like we're out of office. Like we're out of office in like by week 7. So like I would strongly encourage us to like get this finalized by next Tuesday because otherwise we're just not going to be able to do it, frankly, is my opinion. Lalo and then back to Millen.
Yeah, this is a question for Vong. Would we be able to use any of our operational expenses in any of this?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. I know
Also, I think Deb Geller mentioned this last week about scholarships and grants giving to students. It might affect their financial aid. So I don't know you guys are thinking about
So
that.
if it wouldn't be a scholarship, it would be like an award. My impression is that that wouldn't, if it was just an award, it would not affect their financial aid, right?
Yeah, because isn't that how it works for rate?
Yes. Yeah. If it's not called I mean, I don't know if Dr. Geller's there, but I'm
I think we could call it a subsidy because that's what we call Books for Bruins, and
Okay.
it's not technically not a scholarship.
Yeah. Okay. Mahika.
Yeah, real quick. There's like something important I forgot to mention. So, for the for lack of a better term right now, like SWC scholarship, there's gonna be we're planning to use those responses anonymously, obviously, like if consent is given based on the application form, to put together like a sort of like a small digest or magazine or like web page that sort of chronicles the stories of how the pandemic has impacted students. So like that's another way that at least we were planning to, and I had already sort of touched on this with Vong like a couple weeks ago, but that's like one way we were planning to sort of avoid the whole like we're just randomly giving out money to students if like SGA previously wouldn't let us do that. Like we're using it for programming. So yeah, I don't know if that like clarifies anything or if that was helpful, but yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Any other folks want to speak on this? I just think we like Vong, how soon can offices do budget transfers? Like, does anybody feel a certain way about making their own? Like Millen, do you feel a certain way about like it being managed directly under your office, but with representatives, or if we should literally create like a separate account?
You mean budget wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine if we want to do it through my office and just transfer it over and then it can be through mine. I don't know which one would be easier because I'm not entirely like sure how doing it through another source would work, but like we could definitely do it through mine.
I feel like that would just be fine, and you could just do another line item like what Vong does, like for Books for Bruins.
Okay. So with that in mind, like Joanna, other offices, I don't know, Mahika, what you're planning on doing, like Tara, any other offices, it sounds like, and Vong, correct me if I'm wrong, all that needs to happen is they need to do a budget transfer form to move that into Millen's office. Is that correct?
Yeah, each office could just do a budget transfer form into Millen's office. That'll work.
Okay, and I like strongly recommend we get that done like this week, if that's possible. Does Mila need to create a new account under her office?
Yeah, I could create an account, something calling it maybe COVID-19.
Can you call it? Can you specifically call it the USAC COVID-19 fund?
Yeah.
Okay,
Do
great.
that.
Okay, I see Tara's and then Millen and then Tara's hand was raised.
I just have a quick question of like how everything works, where if I have like surplus money that I'm not using anymore, like for example for my health center, can that just automatically be directed towards this relief fund? Or like if the surplus money was designated for like a certain initiative, how does that work?
Yeah, we would have to vote and then budget transfer
Okay.
it into the committee. Is that right, Mong?
Yeah, because it was already allocated for that purpose, so you would have to reallocate that.
If you want us, we could vote on it tonight. I mean, if you know what you need to transfer.
I don't know what the exact money is, but like what the exact amount is, but
Okay.
should
I mean, yeah, if you want to,
okay.
like, if you wanted to look it up on the budget report, and if you figured that out, like, we could literally move it.
Yeah, I'll do it next week. I feel like.
Okay. Okay, cool. Tara?
I just wanted to say that I personally won't, like, I have no clue what we're trying to do, how much it costs, and I'm like, we're currently talking to agents and things like that. So I'm not going to know probably within the next week. So I don't want to hold you guys up, but I want to let you know that I will be in communication as I find out like where my budget's going to lie. But like, just wanted to let you guys know that as of now. Oh, you couldn't even hear me. Was I talking to myself?
You were. Sorry. Thanks, Tara. Any other folks on this? So does everybody feel like they have like a good actionable item to do? Is like if you have money that you'd like to move, I guess Vaughn can give the account name. Dr. Geller. Oh, and Brandon too.
Quick question. If we like for example, I've been talking with the communications board about doing a transfer to their account because the news magazines in particular, I've been in touch with some of them, and a lot of them are like facing financial difficulties in like transitioning to online only and like needing certain software. So like if that can happen like separate, right? That doesn't need to go through the fund.
Robert. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I'm not sure if we're specifying the COVID relief fund to organizations or to individuals. I feel like my immediate response is I feel like we could put it in the USAC fund and like open it up to orgs. But like
my thing is, I don't
also
want.
Up to you. Yeah.
My concern with that is I really don't want to like sort of just open up the gates, because like I do think like the news magazines play a very important role on our campus, and this is just from like my experience in working on that side of things for such a long time, where like they represent like our marginalized communities on campus, and like stuff that the Daily Bruin often doesn't cover, they cover and they bring to attention, and they discuss community issues that like aren't covered in other places. And I was listening to like the Comboard budget meeting the other night, and they're going to have a very, very rough year because like basically nobody can make print advertisements anymore. So they're like, they've been doing pretty well, okay financially, but like obviously like the situation hits them pretty hard. And I just want to make sure like those publications in particular, for equity reasons, like have access to extra resources. So I'm going to be directing money straight to them, and I'd rather not open it up to other, like the whole point isn't like any student organization that's in the red like can come get it, but like these in particular, because they serve that role on our campus. I'd be happy to help with the fund generally, and I still have some other. My budget is pretty unused, so I could help give some money to it through there, depending on like how it looks with other offices. But I just wanted to make sure that if I do it separately, my point here isn't to like go away from the group effort, because I agree like that's the better way to go. but just because this is such like a specific type thing, I'd rather just send it to ComBoard and then they would just distribute it among the various publications based on how they need it.
Okay. Yeah, my only question, Brandon, is can't the news magazines apply for like contingency right now? Which like is
They can apply for contingency, but I think the point, like, part of it's also like if ComBoard has the funding, then they can also run an independent application process. There are these publications are allowed to apply to contingency, but there's always been the concern that like student media and like student government rightly should have like a distinction. And the reason I want to give the money directly to ComBoard is so they allocate it based on like how the publications need. And I'm not, or I mean, even the finance committee, who's like a ineffective branch of student government, isn't like having a hand in how exactly the money is allocated. And it's sort of like I'm only transferring the money, and then they can run an independent application process that I have no say in, which I think because of like the need to have an independent media, and like we shouldn't be stepping into what their needs are, and like I just think they need the support, but like as to how that support works exactly, that's up to them. But of course they can apply to contingency. I just think like there might be some hesitation on some of the publications part, even though that's not necessarily true across the board.
Yeah, and sorry, Millen, I know you have your hand raised. I would just caution in like Brandon, like it's obviously totally up to you, but I would caution in making a claim that there's like a unique need for the news magazines. I just think that there's like a unique need in regards to like all communities on campus right now, I guess, if that makes sense. But like I think you have like discretion definitely in this regard. I would just say that like I don't really understand the argument that like they uniquely need the money more than like all the organizations on campus that could like benefit from that money that I would say like are disproportionately impacted. That's just my opinion though. Like it's at the end of the day, we each have office budgets. Like what I said with Mahika, that like we have control over that. It doesn't really matter what the rest of council thinks. But I think I appreciate you bringing it up. I know Millen had her hand up for a while, and then Naomi and Isabel.
Yeah, I just want to I feel like we're all kind of saying the same thing, and that like we're all going to contribute as much as we can to it. So I just want to reiterate that like if we could, if possible, like go forward by next week to get that number, then that would be great. And if there isn't any opposition, like I'd love to chair it and then have like certain members of your offices, if you'd like to join that committee, but you could just like reach out to me if there's a member of your office that wants to like be on that committee, if that's okay with you.
Naomi?
Yeah, I don't really want to beat a dead horse, but I like am just opposed to something going to like a media magazine just because you're making claims that their budget is severely hit, because I could make that same argument for lots of marginalized communities across campus that have been struggling way before this pandemic. So, I mean, if that's where you want to allocate your resources, I would say go for it, but I would really caution you in making sweeping statements like that.
Naomi, I wasn't saying that my budget was. I've been talking to various communities from the news magazines, and also the issue isn't that their budget was like previously hit. It's that in order for us to have a campus media that represents, like, particularly gives voice to communities that don't always get attention in the mainstream media outlets, that often happens with Daily Bruin and UCLA Radio. The reality is that they will need to buy new software and new services that they don't currently have, because it's all in the offices, and the offices are closed right now to continue operating in an online format. That's just the reality of this. Like, if we don't, I mean, we can have disagreements about like oh, this specific group needs it more. I mean, in terms of like this specific organization needs it more than that specific organization. I mean, that's fine if we don't see eye to eye on that. But I would say like having, even through this, having a media, like at least for me, and I think a lot of people, like having an independent media is essential. Especially those communities that each of the news magazine represents.
I forgot who had their hand up before Joanna. Sorry. Who had their hand up before Joanna?
I think it was Isabel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was Isabel. Isabel and Joanna.
It,
Hey, guys.
it was me, but I put my hand down because I wasn't gonna say anything that hasn't already been said.
Okay, Joanna.
Yeah, I was gonna say literally what Naomi. Much more sense for them just to apply to that. Like, once again, my question still stands about the fact that how are, like, even with contingency, when they could apply to that, do you want it to be separate from student government? But if you're going to give them money from your office, that's not separate from student government.
The reason it's separate is because
I'm not asking. I'm not. You know what? It's more of like a rhetorical question, because the fact of the matter is you're not going to change my mind on that.
Yeah.
The point is, like, have them apply to TGIF. Otherwise, you're going to look hella shady.
Yeah, I would step in and just, Brandon, I don't know what like I can't call, like, I don't know what your intentions are, but I like really agree with Joanna that I just think that like the claim that giving it to ComBoard would make it separate is both like ComBoard is political as well. Like I appoint people to ComBoard, and like ComBoard is an inherently political institution, I would argue. But also I think that like an office giving money to ComBoard to give it to like news magazines that like, I'm just going to be very straightforward, is like, I think we all know like the elephant in the room here, which is like that news magazines endorse, and like that there are offices here that are like political and that are running. I think like, I'm not saying this was the intention. I'm just saying that to me appears very concerning. And I think like, especially when there's alternatives like TGIF, like I think Lily and Jessica have emphasized like that there are mechanisms to like fund this in a way that's substantial and disproportionate. I would just hesitate, not because of like your intention. I just think like the appearance of that, like if I were to do that, like, and I was running, who's to stop Robert from like saying I did this, like I gave money to to go to these news magazines. This is great. Also, just to address your question, Mahika, sorry. I think like we're still going to discuss the letter. We don't have to like go into like great detail about everything, but I think like I really want to talk about it tonight. I think it's important. I think it's pressing. And I know other council members have reached out to me and said that they think it's an important conversation and they think it's pressing. But I understand if you have to go for that. Sorry, that was like a lot. And I know a lot of that was probably like, yeah, a lot. Brandon, I think, has his hand up next, unless I'm missing someone. Okay, yeah. So Brandon, go ahead.
I don't want to beat this push any further because I don't think it's worth anybody's time. But I just want to, I think that the implication that there's any corruption here is quite honestly absurd and offensive. I worked with these publications for over a year and a half. I was on the committee that worked with them directly to see what their needs were, and I saw how much they struggled to publish and even keep editors on board. And to say, oh, like there's some corrupt motive or you're gonna look shady, quite honestly, just like offensive considering like my background, and I understand, oh, there might be some implication here, but I intentionally, you can go listen to the COM board minutes on Monday. I intentionally told the COM board that they should run their own independent application process on how this funding would be allocated. I would have no say in it. And no, there's no ask at any point that it be distributed in any way to any specific publication. So just on that, I don't even know if I'm going to go through with it. It was just something that came to mind because I spent so much time there and I saw how, like, what role these publications could play for the campus community, but often are limited because of COM board's limited funding structure. But just that implication itself, quite honestly, like, is really uncalled for. And I don't appreciate in a public council meeting these types of personal attacks that have no merit and are unnecessary.
Joanna?
I would like to clarify that it's not a personal attack. I gave you that advice as a council member, not really because you're Brandon and because of your experience on COM board. Because like Robert said, like anyone who gives money to media, I think if you look at the real world and you think about people, I find it hard to believe that it does not look a certain way when a specific office is going to give money to them. Like, I understand the concerns, but like I already said, those concerns can be answered by applying to TGIF, and that would literally eliminate any kind of implications that might harm you or any other council member that tries to do that, because like it's a fund, like it's for like, think about how much easier it is like to avoid any kind of backlash. I can't really think of a reason why it has to come from your office when there's different avenues for this. I think, yeah, I'm not gonna like waste my time trying to like explain like anything else. So, and I think they're gonna follow up anyways.
Kalechi? You can go before me.
Thanks. I was basically just going to say what Joanna was saying, was that, Brandon, I don't think anybody was calling you corrupt. I think people are trying to look out for you so that nobody can make the claim that you bought endorsements, basically. And I also am just not seeing the necessity for it to come out of your office and be this long conversation when TGIF is available to them. And I also just have the question, I guess, of giving money to COM board so that they can allocate it amongst the news mags when the news mags could apply to TGIF for how much they need just doesn't even seem like the best solution anyway. Was just going to offer that insight because I don't think anyone was necessarily accusing you of corruption, my dear.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think like as the president, like council members communicate with me, and I just think like I'm going to be very blunt with you. Like when 6 council members message me like saying like this looks odd, like I don't think people are questioning your intentions at all. I think that like I really agree with Kalechi is that like people are looking out for you. I think like I personally am saying that because I think like there's a difference between the perception of a conflict and like an actual intention of a conflict. And I think we're just saying like that a lot of people view that as perceptually being a conflict. Because like I understand what you're trying to say is like, look, you're giving it to COM board, which is an independent body, but at the end of the day, you gave it to COM board. Like at the end of the day, like you were the one who gave it. And like I think if we're all being very honest, like it's very easy to go to like any of these communities, which you have the option to do and like is a thing that you can do, and say, I gave that money to COM board that went to you. Like I would know because like I thought about doing something very similar when I ran for IVP. And like in fact, I did give money out to organizations that ultimately like endorsed me. And like that was more direct than this. But I think that like the appearance of doing so, especially in a time where there's like I think very clear disproportionate needs like for other communities that are more impacted, like not the news magazines, is something that like I would be concerned about the perception of. And like that I just know from my experience running, like I had to be very mindful of too, of like, how am I giving money in an equitable way? And like Kim was my director then. And like, I had to like tell Kim, like, you need to give this money in a way that's like incredibly equitable and not based off like convenience and not based off like who's going to be politically engaged or not. And Kim, by all accounts, did a great job of that. So I would encourage like the same thing is like just thinking about the perception, because like I had to tell Kim like multiple times, like, you know, with money that we're giving out to offices through the IVP partnership fund, we need to be intentional about how it looks. So like that's my I think like uh, just advice, I think, that like people can disagree with or not disagree with. Joanna, you had your hand up for a while, and then Brandon. Oh, you're muted, Joanna. You're muted.
I was gonna say if we could just move the election board discussion up if Mahika was still on, but I think she left already, so it's fine.
Sorry, Brandon.
I just want to clarify now that I will not be giving money to communications board, and I'll let them know that contingency and TGIF are available to them. If council members wanted to communicate to me privately that, hey, this might not be a good idea as advice, I would have appreciated that. Bringing it up publicly during a council meeting, quite honestly, does not, at least to me, have the same implications. And maybe that's just like my perception of things, but that's how I see it, because I didn't receive any other messages about this. But I understand the concern, and really that again was not the intention at all. I served there for most of my undergraduate time at UCLA, and it was a time I valued a lot. And I just know how much the communities who put on these publications really struggle to publish anything really, but they do amazing work. So I won't, once again, for the record, I will not be doing that. I will look at other ways to distribute the funds equitably.
Yeah, and Brandon, I want to apologize too if like my bringing this up.
I don't mean to be defensive. I apologize if I didn't mean to come off very aggressive there. It's just like I take my role to be like honorable and like honest. Like I think that's the first job of any council member. And like anytime those implications come up, it's like I take it seriously because like I should.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, yeah, obviously was meaning for this to be a call out or anything. Like I genuinely agree with what Joanna said. It was just like trying to and Kalechi too. It's just like trying to support. So I really think like it's not going to be something that like comes up again after this. Like frankly, I think everybody's like sounds like everybody's moved on. So like I want to emphasize.
Sorry, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, great. Where were we on the agenda? I have to go back and look. I think is that it for the USAC budget funding? Like anybody have any questions about that? Okay.
I think
yeah.
Mahika is gonna go forward with her own app anyways. I don't think there was any mention of her changing her mind otherwise. So I think we just have to adjust accordingly. I created a group chat that I don't know if Millen saw yet, but I think that would be a good place to start, to put our comm directors there, or not our comm directors, our finance directors, sorry, our finance directors there. So if you already have someone in mind for this, can you like type a one in the chat and I'll put you in the group chat so you can add your finance director for the committee. And then Millen can take over the rest.
Is it okay, Joanna? Sorry, you're saying we should add our like finance committee people. Is it okay if we like if we have someone else that we'd rather like represent in that regard? Is that okay?
You can talk to Millen about that.
Yeah, I mean, Millen, that's a question for you. It's like I just don't think my finance director would necessarily be the best person. So like if I have someone else, is that all right?
Yeah. I think like what I was trying to say before is that like just any member of your office that you feel like would be best fit, like doesn't have to be finance necessarily, but has training and sort of like giving equitable scholarships or equitable funding to students. I feel like that would be the best way to kind of decide like who from your office or what number of people from your office you want on the committee.
Okay, great. Okay. Are we good then? Okay, I'm going to move on then. Let's just get these budget transfers started, and then also like representatives from offices. Cool. Thank you all for this conversation. And once again, I feel like we're all like trying to move forward with the best of intentions and everything. So I appreciate us all being really open with each other on this. And like, I don't want there to be hard feelings towards anyone. And I feel like we reached a good conclusion too for today. Okay, discussion item on our favorite, the Academic Senate. Naomi, do you want to bring it up?
Boo at the Academic Senate.
I mean, I feel like we kind of already brought it up. I don't really know what else Robert wants to bring up other than the fact that we are awaiting a meeting with the chair of the Academic Senate. Robert, I don't know if you want to bring up anything else. Like, I'll let you decide like what you want to add. But I would say that, yeah, it's been a long process, as y'all know. The Academic Affairs Commission, I make all my appointments to the Academic Senate, and my senators and I have barely been consulted, and it just seems like the chair hasn't taken in USAC's recommendations in the fullest way. So we're really just trying to kind of get to the bottom of that and see what is the best idea moving forward on like how we're going to collaborate, because this is going to be an ongoing thing throughout the quarter. Robert, I'll let you take over. No, I'll chip in if I need to.
Yeah, I would, I don't want to beat at a dead horse, but I think that obviously a lot of this is in the context of the grading discussion. And, I know, our council like had some disagreement.
You muted yourself.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I said that I just feel like our council, I know that the backdrop of this is like the grading discussion, and I know that we had some disagreements on it to some extent, but I do want to say that like we came to a conclusion that we were unanimously behind. And, I was upset when I got the call from the chairperson saying like, we already decided, like, too bad kind of. And then like I told him to wait to release the letter that said what their decision was. And like they did that, but like they already had their minds up. And like the chairperson told me, he was like, we already decided this, and like I'll bring it back to them, but like we already decided. And like I just really think that that was not a good way to go about making a decision on grading that like fundamentally I would argue impacts students more than it does faculty or administration. And then like I've heard that like the Academic Senate has been talking to the Daily Bruin, yet like hasn't responded to an email Naomi and I sent like over 4 days ago, like addressing these concerns about communication. And just like, I guess I'm just really disappointed that like there's an institution that technically has the power to like make these decisions, but like it's just making these decisions like without the impact, they're the input of the people that it's impacting. And I guess I'm just like and I know I don't want to get like into this again, but I'm upset seeing all these other universities, like because obviously I'm in communication with other universities, come out saying like Yale, like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, we had Ebby on the phone from Yale who said, we're still working with admin. Today, admin at Yale approved universal pass, no record. Like all these schools are transitioning and like listening to students and like taking students' concerns into consideration. And like that's just not happening at UCLA. And then for like the chairperson to say like he consulted the Academic Senate, but didn't consult the student representatives on the Academic Senate seems like very concerning to me, especially since they're the ones impacted on like all of these matters. So I don't really know how to move forward. I'm like just upset, and I think like this was a low point for shared governance, and I kind of want to push it more. And it's just concerning. I don't know, Naomi, what else you have to add to that, because I'm just
Yeah.
like pretty upset
I
about
was
it.
also going to add too, like this goes beyond like the pass no pass situation. I think we had advocated for like several just wants and desires that the student body was advocating for. And like, I don't believe any of them were seriously considered. I even think now students are struggling to determine like which classes are actually going to count for pass no pass. And students every day are messaging me asking like, is there anything that's going to be done? And like I've been saying, like we are working to see what can be done. But at this point, like we are again going to like wait to talk about what that looks like and keep pressing the academic senate. I do know that there's like a Daily Bruin article coming out pretty soon, so I feel like what was discussed in interviews I think will come to light, and I think that maybe that'll put like a little bit more pressure on the academic senate, especially academic senate leadership. But other than that, I think we just wanted to update y'all because I'm pretty sure you guys get like numerous concerns about like drop deadlines or like pass no pass. And I think going forward, we should all very much like educate ourselves on like what are like the drop deadlines, what fees are being waived. I can send you guys links to like what I've been directing students towards, but and I know a lot of y'all aren't counselors or anything, and I would always recommend sending folks to counselors. But just to inform people like what's going on, what is this fight that we're fighting? Because I really do think that the reason why, for example, Gene Block even issued an apology was because students were pissed after he said it's about the day or about the journey, not the day. So I feel like if we get that kind of like collective action going again, I do think something can happen. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
Brandon.
Hi, sorry. This is a question for like sort of going to the conversation about like what's next with this too. Is Naomi, is that letter we were almost done with it. We didn't wrap it up. Is it gonna go out, you think, or are we just gonna do other things?
I think it's worthwhile for it to go out. Like you said, like we haven't been able to like go through the body of it, but I think if like we wanted to connect offline, I think and like actually hash it out and finish hashing out because I know we only hashed out the demands, but like if we could go through the rest and send it out to, I think the idea was this time like the college deans. I think that would be useful. Robert had another idea as well of reaching out to members within the academic senate, specifically like council members that have votes, and letting them know of our like letter and hearing their thoughts on it and whatnot.
Yeah, what my worry too is the chairperson sent this really sorry, Isabel, I see your hand. The chairperson sent this really shady reply that said like we consulted with academic senate leadership after we got your letter, and like our question, Naomi's and my question was who, because like there are students that are on the academic senate, and like Naomi is one of those students, and like she hasn't been involved in any of these conversations. So like just like stuff like that. And then also like the chair told the Daily Bruin that he consulted with us, and like he cited that he like had a phone call with me. And like I just want to emphasize the only reason that phone call happened was because I emailed like the chair and like basically like demanded it and like said to stop the letter from coming out. So it wasn't like this proactive like consultation on this policy. It was like me having to call and reach out myself and then be like, we need to talk, and then getting like 30 minutes with like someone who just frankly didn't seem like they wanted to be on the phone with me. So like that was my concern. And I just like I just don't like people claiming they consulted people when I feel like the people that they're claiming were consulted don't feel that way. Isabel?
Yeah, I am a little bit confused at the drop deadline because I don't remember seeing that in the original like email that they sent out, but then I saw like on a Facebook comment that Naomi had said that it was changed to like week 10 or like the end of the quarter or whatever.
Yeah, so wait, just to clarify that a little bit more, the drop deadline has always been Friday week. Like that's never changed. What changes by week is the transcript notation, and then the fee that you get charged. So like, oh yeah, what Lalo posted is like perfect, because and that again, that doesn't go for impacted classes. Impacted classes, the drop deadline is Friday of week 2. And then from there, you need a special petition that like rarely ever gets approved unless you have like extenuating circumstances that will allow you to drop it. Usually, if you haven't dropped, I want to say up to 3 classes, you can you can fill out what they call a red drop and just drop the class. Like they don't ask you any questions, you just process the drop and then you're able to drop the class up until Friday of week 10. And then I think and Lalo, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this because I'm going like off the dome, but when it hits week 8, then that's when you have like a transcript notation. It might be actually week 4 and on, but your transcript notation is noted from there.
It's after week 4, you get a transcript notation for non-impacted classes.
Yeah. And then what changes is the fee. So like this year they waive the fee, and then they won't add any transcript notation.
The other thing, Naomi, I
Wait,
didn't know. If you wanted, oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Whoever collected.
It says on the website processed. Does that mean like students should not wait until like Wednesday of week 10 because it won't be processed by the end of week 10? Like what does processing mean?
I mean, I'm gonna get back to you on that and and ask some AAP counselors. Usually that just means you just have to turn it in by 4:59 p.m. and have like all the valid signatures. But I'm gonna make sure that that's not like a loophole. So let me get back to you.
Naomi, I don't know if you want to touch on this, but like I've gotten a lot of like feedback about like just how like fake and artificial this like whole pass policy that they have, where like we're so graciously extending the ability for you to take more than one pass no record class without actually addressing the fundamental issue, which is at the end of the day, like the majors still aren't counting this towards their requirements. And like it means nothing unless that's addressed. Like, is that not the case? It's like to me, this just seems like a very performative thing that was done and like actually addresses nothing. Like,
Yeah.
and that's what makes me so angry about this letter they sent about like we thought this was the best approach. I'm like, who is we? And like, what does this approach actually accomplish? And I don't know if that's just like me being ignorant or if that's like the accurate way to think of it, but
no, I think that's like completely accurate. Like this literally does nothing. For example, in the poli-sci department, this does nothing. Like if you're a senior and you need to take like poli-sci, whatever fucking class you have to take, and it does literally nothing for you. This really only helps in terms of like GEs or like if you're talking or like if you're a freshman or something. And like, don't get me wrong, like freshmen do have a harder time like adjusting to classes. But again, this does nothing, and like I would agree that it's completely performative and it's a bunch of bullshit.
yeah. So Naomi and I talked like Naomi said about moving forward with like a letter or emails out to specific academic senators, because it sounds like they weren't consulted. But Brandon,
it also to me is really disappointing that like first of all, like the entire idea that their approach preserves choice is complete nonsense because I mean there's the surface level choice that you talk about all the time and other Robert and other council members do as well. There's that issue, but also like just on its face, like it doesn't like it restricts students' choice. Like students, if like something happens week 6, they're like completely screwed. So there's that. It also is disappointing that quite honestly, like even schools like USC, who generally like don't seem as attentive to these types of things, like are doing way like at least something compared to UCLA.
other other UCs even.
Other UCs, like it's just like disgraceful, like honestly. Like the lack of attention and like consideration for students at all, or like any sort of like equity concern on behalf of the academic senate. And I really do think we should push more on like, if not, I don't think we should give up personally on the grading stuff, but I also think like the other policies like are equally important to pursue.
Yeah, I completely agree. Kim, are you there? I'm gonna use the restroom, so can you chair?
Oh yeah. Oh well,
Okay.
yeah. Sure.
Yeah, sweet. I just think someone needs to we need to address like action steps moving forward. So maybe like Naomi can help with that and stuff. But Derby.
Yeah, I think moving forward, I know Lalo and Brandon and I had worked on the first letter. So like I don't know if we like y'all want to hop on a call like some other time this week to finish that and like actually hash it out. And then anyone else who like is really interested and can like actually contribute to the letter would be amazing too. I think last time I ran into the problem that there were like so many of us on the call and like we didn't get we could have done it a lot faster. Like we got everything done, but I think it could have went a lot faster. So like I feel like if we can get folks on a call this time and like finish it up, I think that would be great. And then we can like distribute it like Friday morning, I would say. So if we can do it like Thursday night, I think that would be great.
I would be open to that.
Yeah. And I think nighttime seems to work better for everyone. And then what we can do this week, Robert and I can look. I mean, I like it's pretty easy. Like any of us can do it. We can just go on the Academic Senate website and then find the emails of the people that we're going to send it to, and then just like repolish maybe like letters or concerns that we had addressed with the committee. Maybe we can use the same letter that we're sending to the deans and send it also to Academic Senate leadership. What do y'all think?
I think that works. Right?
I think that's a good plan.
Okay, so we can do that, and yeah, we'll see how it goes, and we'll keep you updated, of course.
Cool. So the plan of action is to meet on Thursday and then send it to academic senate members as well as the dean of colleges.
Yes.
Sweet. Sounds good. The next thing on the agenda is I think it was a discussion item in regards to the e-board letter. I know that specifically Robert wanted to bring it up, so I don't know if we should wait for him since like he was one of the people that signed on to the letter.
He said wait.
But if anyone, any other council members has any, sentiment.
He asked if we could wait 1 minute.
Okay.
He said, "I want the first word."
Okay, feel free. How's everyone doing?
Or is anyone gonna do a good and welfare? Or are we just cutting that out today?
I guess that just depends on what people want, because I can literally leave the Zoom call and just create a new one, and then we can check in real quick. But if people aren't down for that, that's fine too.
I mean, we could also just like wait until everybody leaves.
Well, like the thing is, like this is recorded, so unless Fernando stops the recording,
and also the link is posted publicly.
Yeah.
True.
Hey.
Oh, he's back.
What's up? What's going on?
Okay.
We were just
Your first words.
Are we on this last agenda item?
Yes.
Yes.
I love that.
Aim to
I
finish
really...
by 12.
Okay. Wait, can someone get Jamail and Navi on? They're supposed to be on.
Navi's
on. What?
I'm on. Navi's on.
Navi's on.
Navi's here.
Navi, do you mind telling Jamail to get on?
Yeah, I'll tell him to get on.
Sweet, thank you. Okay, so where do I start? I don't think there's a lot to say. I think like we wrote a letter. I've obviously expressed my opinion. The election board has expressed their opinion, and J board has expressed their opinion. I know that there's like clarifying questions that Isabel asked about like who's the student government or not. And I can like let Jamail answer that question or like clarifying questions like that. I think, obviously that I think was a subjective statement. I think that Jamail and I are, I think, very clearly outlined as like the heads of the two governments in terms of the two branches. Election board, I think in the context of elections, does serve as like a sort of separate branch, especially when outlined in the Constitution for the appeals process. So that was the reason that that language was included. I understand that like that including Navi makes it kind of the heads of the two branches of government sort of plus one. I also just like, unless there's like an issue that I'm missing, I don't think that was obviously the substance of the letter. That was just how we signed off. So addressing the substance of the letter, I don't really have anything to add except for that, like, I obviously would just express that this is something that's important, and that the reason we addressed it was just hearing about, what we talked about in the past, which was just like the process of internal elections being exacerbated to an extent where candidates feel like they cannot run for office or feel pushed out of running for office. Um, and just hearing like experiences of what that was like. So I don't know if people have questions, comments, concerns. I don't know if Jamail's joining us.
Jamail is. You just have to give me a minute.
Can I start?
Yeah.
I think my only issue with this, well, preliminarily, is something that I've had an issue with you all year long, Robert, is your communication skills. You said that you can sign whatever letter you feel like, and like that's fine. I think we all have the power to do plenty of things as on our own, like as council members and stuff like that. But I also like, it just feels really weird to look at that letter and not find out about it until it's released. And maybe maybe it's just me as like I'm not a commission or something like that. I didn't have any internally elected elections to hear about this and be like caught off guard. But I also just feel like it really sets a weird like tone for a council when like you're addressing certain offices, but like offices didn't know. Like I don't know how to like explain that, besides like I'm really uncomfortable with the way that you were stating like you can do whatever you want with this and like you don't owe an explanation to anyone. I think that's a little bit unfair. And I know Lily was the first one to bring this up, but like that is and has been an issue that I have had like all year long, is like why I don't want to find out about things after the fact, like especially if like this is something that is going on around council, especially if you're going to deal with like public backlash because of this, or like the potential of public scrutiny. Like it would help at least to get a heads up versus to find out about it and then your attitude about it be like, I can sign whatever letter I want and like y'all have to deal with it. Like I know that's not your intention, but that is definitely how it comes off, especially to me, because this isn't something new. Like it has happened in the past where I tell you like you should consult with us about this, about things like important like this, just like for the sake of knowing what we're going to get into before like imagine no one had noticed this for whatever reason on council, and we come on Tuesday and then people are like, y'all are rigging your elections, and then everyone's just caught off guard, and then they're like, Robert, what letter did you sign? And you're like, well, I signed this. Like that would be like the worst case scenario in my head, but like that can be avoided by communicating. And that's one of my biggest issues with this.
Yeah. I understand. I think like as the person who kind of serves as like a spokesperson for council, that like why I could understand why doing these sort of things, I mean, like could raise that concern. I think that like I was intentional about like what logo I'm including on this letter and like my role in this letter and the language that was used. I think I did consult with like the council of presidents about how they address these sort of issues and how they make statements. And I know that in the past, you all have also seen that other presidents at other universities make their own statements that often touch on issues like this one. I understand your sentiment. I think like just like I would respectfully like disagree in the sense that I don't think this is something that um I think if people have concerns with this letter, like I can be held accountable for that and answer questions about it. And I think that, and I genuinely believe this, that like I've created a new standard for like what it means to be a transparent president who like communicates with council in a way that has like never happened. Um, and like I think there's very clear examples of that in like the way that I've included folks in my meetings that I don't have to do, like the way that I've included folks in my emails. And like we can say that those were low standards and that like, you know, these should be done already, but I think like I think like it feels like I'm being addressed about like a thing that I did that I feel like I have an ability to do and that like I'm allowed to do as an office. Um Especially in the context of the fact that like there's not been, I think like, and I don't really care that there's been an acknowledgement or not. I think like a recognition that like I would disagree that this has been like a trend that's been abnormal from what past presidents have done. And I would say that like I think definitely um have worked very hard to like make my office accessible and transparent. I think if Jonathan were here right now, like Jonathan asked me, he said like he made a joke about it, but he said, "Robert, like are you going to sign a letter or something?" And I told him, I said, "I'm going to sign a letter that comes out and says this." And like for people who asked, it's not like it's a hidden thing. Um Nor do I think this represents like the voice of the council. I think this represents the voice of my office. Um and in that regard, I think in the same way that other folks can make statements about things, I think my office can make statements about things and not have to be held accountable to council. And if people have problems with the contents of the letter, like I really truly do believe that like they can hold me accountable and address those things with me because it's not the voice of council. The council's logo is not on here. Um, in the same way that like an email would go out or something else. Um, I don't know. I think I would push back. I just think to say that like there has been a trend of me not being transparent is unreflective of how I think much things have improved in terms of that consistency and like that openness to counsel. Um, I mean, if you want to look at Eleanor's or Randy's or Ama's like Facebook, like you can look at those letters that have been posted. Randy actually does like weekly letters, and I know Eleanor does very similar things. But I don't view that as an issue, and like that's okay for us to disagree. Um, my office will probably write letters in the future that like relate to my office with my logo on it, in the same way that I know like other offices on this council write letters or make statements that are from their office. Like I think that's like what I'm getting at. I also really do sincerely believe that I don't have an obligation to update the council on like the work of election board, especially like when council members are asking me like, am I sanctioned? Like, am I this? Am I that? Like, it's very inappropriate for me to like have a role in that, I think. But like, it's also very inappropriate for council members to ask me about that. And I also think like council members to ask what my office is making a statement on or something, like, I think that's fair. And I think I've usually been transparent about that. But I think I'm definitely allowed to make statements on behalf of my office without updating council. And I also think like in this regard, the last thing I'll say is that I think I've been very transparent and very open about how I feel about this issue. Like I think my feelings are definitely not um my feelings about this are not hidden. I think this is something that everybody knows. So I guess I would just be like somewhat confused as to if that's a part of the problem, as if this is something that's like surprising for me to say. With all that in mind, like Joanna or anybody else, I'm open to hear that concern. But I do want to address the content of the letter and like also the concerns that are like presented in the letter, because like I think I am worried about like our elections functioning if like the problems that are addressed in this letter continue to persist. Um, yeah. Sorry, Millen, and then back to Isabel and Jonna.
I think Isabel was first. If Isabel wants to.
Oh, okay, Isabel.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess this is more a question for Jamail since he is the expert on the Constitution here. But like, and I actually went back to the Constitution to make sure I wasn't tripping. But like, the elections board, like, I would not consider them a governing institution. Like genuinely, like, okay, the president of the council, the chief justice of the judicial board, but like the chair of the elections board is appointed by council like on a yearly basis, and it's like, and like I fail to see how that is like how the elections board is a governing institution, and like I don't know, SFAC isn't like where is the distinction here, like, because it's elections board, like, yeah, it's a statement about elections, but I just like, why is elections board a governing institution, but like council didn't sign on to this letter? Like, are we not like a governing institution? Like, are we not? I'm really struggling to see like how that was an appropriate wording, because like I think that assigns authority to something that like doesn't necessarily have authority, and it gives greater weight to this letter that's like directly calling out the people that like they work with. And I think it just sets like a very like I think it's just, I don't think this needed to be public. Like, sorry, back, yeah, like how was the wording decided for governing institution?
Sorry. So your question is essentially how the wording for the elections board as well as, excuse me, Robert's office. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So could you repeat your central question?
Yeah, my central question is, how was the wording for leaders of the governing institutions decided?
So yeah, I think that was just an agreement amongst Robert, myself, and Navi. In regards to the legal basis, I think that given the Constitution, excuse me, Article 9, Section B in particular, establishes the election board as the institution responsible for safeguarding the students' right to vote, as well as administering elections in conjunction with the fact that this is an elections related issue. I think, excuse me, lends credence to the election board being included in that respect and being labeled as one of the governing institutions. I mean, like ultimately, it's just a matter of diction. So I'm not understanding what the real issue is here. I think that both, it can be argued, both sides could be argued, and just given that it's a matter of diction, it really has no real, excuse me, consequence. Ultimately, this isn't an elections related issue, and the elections board maintains complete authority over the issue. So as I see it, the letter and specifically the wording of elections board as a governing institution is more of just a matter of word choice that I don't think was very consequential at all, because ultimately the election board still retains authority. Whether or not we listed them as a governing institution or not, they still maintain the brunt of the authority regarding this issue.
Okay, thank you. And then also, Robert, like, I really disagree that this was an appropriate step to take, because I think that this was a conversation that could have been had in private. Because, and I already stated this in the group meet, but I think that this presents a problem that can be extrapolated to mean more than what is actually happening. Like, okay, whatever. I just saw the sanction of Jonathan on the elections board Facebook, and like, it could have easily been like, hey, like, we're gonna sanction him or whatever, and you tell the commissions like, don't do that. Like, I don't think it needed to be a letter that's insinuating that there's like corruption in our elections, because there's not. Like, there's not like this okay. You think there's corruption in our elections?
I think that council members actively use their offices to dissuade people from running in elections. And I think there's clear evidence of that. And that evidence might not have been presented to all of council members. There's an ongoing investigation by the elections board. And I think that that's been continuous. And I think that it has been asked from these commissions to not do certain things. And I think there's been a continuance of that. And like, I disagree with your statement in the group me that like people will get the false impression that there's an insider job. Like, internal elections are an insider job. Hiring your staff before you know that you're even the commissioner or an office and elected is an insider job. Like, I don't know what else is classified as an insider job. Directing your staff members of your office to tell people not to run for office is an insider job. And like, I think that like my opinion on this is that like, and I'm really not meaning it to come across as like a call out or like I'm not meaning to like criticize certain individuals. I think I'm meaning to say that like this has definitely been something that's brought up before, and then people continued to move in the direction that they went in. And like I think it's like perfectly reasonable for like my office to make a statement about it when like nothing's changed. And like I know that like makes me come across as like I understand that that like might come across as like a harsh way to approach it. But I think there's a perception, I don't want to speak off behalf of Jamil or Navi, that like this has been something that's been discussed and like not much has changed. And if anything, like new evidence has surfaced that like this problem has gotten, this allegation has gotten more substantiated. And that's my concern. And like I know I'm coming across as like very aggressive or like back pushing against it, and I'm not meaning to. I think that just like I would just disagree with the assessment that like, you know, we're making this statement that like is making this claim that it's an insider job, because like I truly believe that. And I think like it's my office's right to like make a statement that says something in that way. And like we can disagree about like the way that we went about doing that. And I think like that's fair and valid. And I like don't want to invalidate that. I just think that like there's a lot of behind the scenes to this of like work that has been done to try to address this that like wasn't necessarily listened to. And like look, I'm in a difficult position right now because like I know things and like I know evidence and like things like that. And I was a part of something that like submitted testimony for this sort of stuff. And like I'm in a difficult position where I don't want to speak on behalf of that and like come across as challenging certain individuals or attacking certain individuals or certain offices or certain campaigns. But I think that there is very clear evidence that like that is still happening, in my opinion. Kalechi, I'm sorry, like you've had your hand up for a long time, and then actually wait, Millen's had her hand up. Millen, Kalechi, Joanna.
I just want to say like really quickly there was like a claim I think that like it shouldn't have been made public, and I'm just a little confused on that just because I think the purpose of making it public was like to make sure that it was fair to all candidates in all offices and to the people that have seen those applications and think that they are going to apply to those applications like under the basis that it's a valid application, when like this letter clearly states that the applications that have been posted aren't going to be valid because the election hasn't taken place yet. So I feel like the making it public would eliminate like it being an insider job, because I think if it was just presented to council or it was just gone to like the people that Robert knows personally or like his friends or other council members, that would make it more of an insider job. I don't know if I'm misinterpreting that, but like that's my opinion.
Kalechi, and then I said Joanna, and then Isabel, I think.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna ask if like, can we not beat around the bush, I guess, on what the context of this letter is? Because I feel like, at least for me personally, when I first read it, I felt very similarly like to Joanna and Isabel, as far as like kind of blindsided and confused and feeling like it was more serious than it needed to be. Like without that context, I don't think the necessity of this letter is clear, because without knowing what these occurrences are, like I don't think it's unreasonable to think that it's a false portrayal of an insider job or that it has implications. So I guess like to the degree that you're comfortable talking about it, like instead of us discussing in circles, can we just talk about why this letter actually exists?
Joanna, and then Isabel, and then I'm also glad to respond.
Yeah, I think following up on what Kalechi said, she said it a lot more better than my brain cells could put together. Like I was trying so hard to describe like that. Yeah, I just felt like it came out of nowhere. And when we're talking like about your coworkers, people that you sit on council with, like it just feels really out of left field. Cause like I can sit here and make letters all I want and like sign on with like different council members and be like, we hate Robert, like we hate Millen, like we hate like everyone, and like everyone's gonna be like, ma'am, why are you doing this? And two, like, where is this coming from? Like, you couldn't just address this to us. So I think on that basic level, that's why I was like, why is this being published? I think after hearing more about like, oh, this is like a serious thing, there's an ongoing investigation, I would have loved to get that. Like, there's an investigation that's going to be started. I'm signing on to this letter because like this is gonna go on. I feel like just as like a heads up like that, like I don't really understand what the gravity is, like, but I know the difference between something that has to be taken very like sensitively and like confidentially versus like Robert just posting a letter with a whole bunch of his friends. Like I get now why it can be more important, but like without if you don't like, that's why I'm telling you you need to work on your communication more, because like that is why I'm saying it's out of left field, not because I'm like you're attacking my friends, you're attacking my coworkers. Like no, like it just feels really out of left field, Robert. And I'm specifically talking to you because you're my coworker and like I expect better. I think especially like not just from you and like for me personally, but like I just feel like it sets tension up for council. Like I don't really expect my coworkers to feel comfortable working with each other if like all of a sudden people don't know who to trust and like we're attacking each other. Like I would at least like to know that that's going on, or like what's going on, because like it makes me really uncomfortable and I don't know exactly what I'm getting myself into.
Isabel?
Yeah, that they pretty much said it all. Like as a council member, I felt really disrespected that I had no idea what was going on because like elections board answers to council, and like you were the only
That's
person who knew
incorrect.
what was going on. We appointed you.
Yeah, but election board is a separate branch that
You present to us every single week. We know what you're doing all the time.
By option, I'm only required to come and present to you certain investigations. I do it as a courtesy because I want to maintain an open line of communication.
Except
and I
on
do it.
this.
This is
okay,
an active and ongoing investigation.
I would, yeah.
So I can't comment on this, and that's the reason why, like, there's clear procedural, like, there's clear policy on this. Like, USAC doesn't and can't overturn every single decision that e-board makes. There's proper channels, and if Dr. Gellert here, she'll tell you about like the investigations process. I just want to say that like the statement wasn't issued because like we hate council members or that we hate anybody. That's like the opposite of it. I've stated, and I'll be honest, I've stated multiple times that I hate USAC, but I think that the individual members of council are pretty cool. And like just as a group, when everybody gets together, it's a ruckus. But my point being, like, I don't dislike, and this wasn't coming out of a position of dislike. It was just coming out of a position from like we're kind of just concerned about the trend, and that's why all of us signed on this letter. There was nothing more. It was just that.
And
but I do disagree.
I don't think it came from a position of like malintent. I'm saying like Robert knew, and he's a council member. Like
wait, okay. There's a difference between an ongoing investigation and me talking about information that's investigated, like evidence, and me submitting testimony, like on behalf of a complaint, which is private, and like there is very clear procedures for Navi having discretion over like running that and releasing a statement.
I'm not saying you guys are allowed to have privilege to information because it's what you run. I'm saying like you all signed on to a letter based on information you know, like privileged information you knew that you weren't going to tell anyone else, but you were all expecting us to like understand the gravity of the situation based on your letter that was just calling out people without any context.
Okay, I would question the language of calling people out. I think it's very clear it doesn't do that. I would say that the information that's presented in the letter was very intentionally chosen to be public information. Like everything in this letter, I think from Jamail Navi's and my perspective, is addressing the issue that we've talked about multiple times publicly at council, which is the issue of internal elections, the issue of offices not following the procedure of a fair and open election, which has been publicly discussed here. But like, I can go back to Kelechi's point, and I can like once again say that like, I'm uncomfortable addressing council members or addressing offices that like aren't in this conversation right now about information that's a part of an ongoing investigation. I will say that like, there is direct evidence that I think there was an intention, or that there were council members intentionally trying to get people to not run for their offices to make them uncontested.
I just want to add,
this letter though is separate from that. This letter though is making a political statement, in my opinion, that has been very public and very widely known by all of council. I think like that's all I can say. And I also just want to like, that's all I'll leave it at for now. Navi?
I just want to say that like at the time that this letter was written, there was, I have to double check the timeline, but there were at least 2 of the 3 investigations were not ongoing and active. It was just in response to the applications that we had seen on social media and over listservs, email addresses, things like that, just in the public. And we just didn't feel that that was, we just felt that that was irresponsible, given the fact that at that time candidates didn't know that whether or not they were even running opposed, but like whether or not they even had the seats, because there's a lot of procedural items that can come from now, or that can from now between now and the actual results of elections, that can influence the course of the elections, even for uncontested positions. And so that's what the basis of that letter was. I don't want to get mixed up in any investigations, nor am I going to discuss any investigations, because I think that needs to be separate from the discussion that we're having here. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on why the letter was written, and that's pretty much it. I would just urge us not to talk about investigations.
Yeah, I think like that's all I can say right now. I'll respond if like Joanna wants me to and Isabel wants me to. Joanna, then Isabel, I think was the order I saw it in.
Yeah. But my question is, I don't think, what are we supposed to talk about if I'm not the one in question, if Robert's not the one in question? Like, what is the purpose of this discussion item? Second of all, like, I know Kelechi already asked about this, like, are we gonna talk about it? But I also don't know what to talk about. Like Navi said, there's an investigation. I'm not interested in investigating other offices. Like, even if I was, like, and it's not my job. So, one, I'm concerned about that. And I forgot my second point because I was using my brain cells to figure out the first point.
Isabel? You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, if everything's a secret and you can't talk about it right now, I guess just, I don't know, like, don't, like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I know it's best, but I can't tell you. Like, if there's no public information and then you release that letter, it does genuinely look like it's coming out of nowhere. And now we know it's not coming out of nowhere, and you've explained that to us. But like Kelechi said, there is no context to that letter, like, in and of itself, or like even in like what's happening that's public.
Can I respond to that real quick?
I mean, Navi, let me just chime in first, is that I think like it is very public information that offices are doing internal elections, and then offices are also hiring before they know that they're contested. And I think like maybe this letter wasn't clear enough in saying like that's one of the fundamental problems. Like my impression was that like those were things that were public information, that those those actions that were occurring was public information. And I think like my intention and like all of the people who wrote the letter's intention was to bring it up as like a conversation to talk about, because like what's being done to address it, because it feels like it's happening after we already talked about this earlier on in the year. So like I think that was the intention. I'm also somewhat conflicted because I originally was going to bring this up and like what I knew like up to council, because like I was witness to it in a lot of ways. And I think like it is our role, I think in the same way that you are describing your role to like this claim to hold me accountable about what my office does, like which is literally happening right now or is like being claimed to happen. I think like we should hold other offices accountable when a fair and equal and equitable and accessible election is not happening. So like I can understand and validate your criticism. I just wish this energy was directed at where the criticism should actually be, with like the information that's like already public. Yeah.
My I want to highlight and emphasize that the three individuals that wrote the letter, we all came in with different motivations in doing so. My motivation was like maybe different than Robert's and maybe different than Jamal's, but when I in particular wrote this letter, it was in regards to the public campaigning that I had seen and that had been brought to my not public campaigning, yeah, public campaigning essentially through recruitment of the offices that I had seen, like the offices, certain commissions were conducting recruitment very publicly. I was not aware of any. I wasn't aware of any misconduct that was alleged by campaigns or candidates at that time. So, just like I just want to set a baseline that everything at that point, at least from my knowledge and why I wrote that letter, was at that point public. And also, I did not ask for this to be added to council's discussion items. I'm just here to shed some light on it, once again, as a courtesy.
And I added it because there were questions on council and people who said that they wanted it added to address those questions.
So the people who had questions about it, have they asked their questions? Because I know Makiko wanted to be part of the discussion, but she's not here. So, and I don't know, does anyone of the other council members have any questions about this? Because I'm confused, Robert. Like, what am I here to do? Like,
I mean, like, I'm not saying this in a mean way. Like, Isabel wanted to ask clarification about questions as far as like the leaders. So I'm like, okay, let's bring it up and address it.
that could have been like off, like.
I mean, Isabel literally said she wanted it addressed at council. So
Yes, but also, this was your discussion item 1, 2. Like, you could have been like, maybe I can just ask Jamil that right now, and like instead of have it be like, I'm just like.
I do not think that's my burden. I think like when other council members say they want something addressed at council, like me deciding
Okay.
to add that to the agenda is not my fault.
What I'm saying is, like, I don't know how to explain this to you, but like, besides that question, like, what more do you want? Because I told you, I started off by saying like this was the only thing that I had. If we're gonna talk more about this, like, okay, that's fine, like substantively, but I don't know what there is to talk about substantively if there's an investigation. So like, I already criticized you in the way that you did this, and I'm pretty sure Kelechi, Isabel, and I are on the same page in terms of like how that was handled. Like, could it be handled better in the future? I hope so. If you just say like stuff like, oh, this is a sensitive and ongoing matter, so like that's why I would much more respect that versus you saying in the group me like I can send letters and sign off on them like however I want. Like we said, like we're lacking vital context, and then that's the only context you give. So that was my critique. So
yes, I think those are two separate things, like is what I've kept saying. The
yes.
investigation is separate from the issue that's addressed in the letter, is my opinion.
So you want me to sit here and hold other people accountable, but one, I can't know who those people are.
I think but it's public information who's like, that's, I'm trying to understand just because it's
okay, if it's public information, can you just tell me who? Like,
I mean, you can like the sanctions are public about the offices.
So you
that
want me? Okay, so we're gonna discuss
that
sanctions.
are hired and internally elected candidates. I mean, we discussed this at council as well. So like, I feel like that's what this letter addresses, and I'm like confused about why people are putting a lot of energy in. It feels like there's a lot of energy going into asking, for example, like why election board is concluded as like a leader of the state government, and a lot of energy going into why Robert and his office decided to sign a letter, and not a lot of energy going into like the fundamental issue here. Like that's my concern. And I know that's like not obviously your intention or like your meaning behind that. I just feel like that's like what I'm concerned about, because it's like criticize Robert in his office for signing a letter, but not address the issue of that offices are choosing candidates for election and then pushing people out of running, which is like public information, is my opinion.
Can
Kalechi
I
and
talk?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
no
put a
problem.
1 in the chat at 11:57, and I also put another one I haven't been called on, and I feel like we're wasting time, because I think like there's important shit to talk about if we're actually going to talk about it, but like you can't expect anyone to start discussing something that they don't know is there. So like either we say, I guess, that's like Mahika and Jonathan were sanctioned, or we don't, and then talk about it. Like there.
Tara.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same page as Kalechi, because I think it's a pretty inappropriate conversation we've been having when you've been saying you're not calling people out, but you very clearly are. And they're not even here for this conversation. So maybe this wasn't the day to be having this conversation if they can't be here for it. And I think that's just unfair. And I think part of the problem is that you are actively seeking to tell other offices how to run their offices. And if eBoard wants to do that on their own in regards to candidates, I think that's one thing. But for you to then tell us how to run our own offices, and I'm not saying that I'm a part of this grouping of people, you can see who the sanctions are, but for you to tell any of the offices how to run their offices and sign on to a letter that tells them how to run their offices is extremely frustrating.
I feel like that was what was just done to me about my ability to sign letters or not sign letters. Like, I just think that like, I think it's very unfair for like many council members to actively be criticizing my ability to sign a letter, and then for me to like not bring up a more important issue of, I would say a more important issue about the process of like offices running a fair and safe election. And I'm like not saying that as a criticism of bringing up that concern with me. Like, I think it's valid and I like appreciate and I've always, I think, like tried to appreciate people bringing up concerns about like the way that my office functions. But like, I don't think that's like, I feel like it's a double standard of like, then why am I not allowed to bring up like in like the CSC and the SWC like are having internal elections and are hiring before candidates have even been announced? I like see that as like a big double standard. And like, I also didn't know that they wouldn't be here tonight. And also like, once again, the intention of bringing up the letter was to address the concerns that council members had in the group me of requesting it to be brought up tonight. So like, I just want to address that. Yeah, sorry. Somebody else was talking, but if that was Isabel.
No, that I was going to respond to that. But
Okay,
Oh,
no.
you can go. You can go then.
Yeah.
I would echo what Joanna said, because I feel like there really weren't that many questions to be asked, but there was a point to be made by you in bringing this up and putting so much attention on it. And you want to focus on what you see the issue at hand to be, while other council members are taking issue with different other things. And so to me, it looks like you just trying to persuade everybody else to take sides against other council members before they even have full knowledge of what has happened. And like, completely honestly, like that's what I would say why we spent so much time on this letter.
Yeah, I think once again, the letter addresses public information that I didn't feel like was worth explaining, because I know we had a public conversation about internal elections and hiring before offices begin. So that's like the intention behind why I feel like I don't have to explain that to other offices, because it's public information. Like, I don't think that that's my responsibility to like keep people up to date about things that we've talked about at council. That's like my response to that. And I'm glad to hear like what you have to say about that. Sorry, Isabel.
No, it's fine. If I was the only person who had a question about this, then we can be done talking about it because there doesn't seem to be anything else to talk about.
Oh, sorry. I thought Isabel had your hand up again. Are there other questions about this? I would be like glad to, I think, when like when information is released from the election board about like more specifics, like I would be glad to talk about that. Like obviously, like I'm glad to talk about like the sanctions that have already been released and that are public. But in terms of like more specifics, I think like I would want to talk about that at council, and I think like that the people that are included in that should be here. Yeah.
I'm confused what we would talk about, because my understanding would be if there's interferences with the elections and that's the election board's responsibility to punish and condemn, what are we going to do? Like sit here and discuss if we're going to impeach someone? Is that what you're going to talk about? Or like I'm just confused what our purpose would be in bringing this up again if we know that it's already going to be handled. I also feel uncomfortable with like talking about it again when we know like there's going to be a public sanction again. Like I would want to know your intentions with talking about it again, I guess, just so that I'm prepared for next time.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I would very like obviously want to have a dialogue with the council members that are affected in regards to those specifics about like the nature of this being inappropriate or not. In the same way, I think that like I'm trying like the reason I'm trying to compare it to like what you had said, Joanna, is like I think like offering criticism towards me about like if I'm allowed to sign a letter or not is like similar to like this scenario of like criticizing like office's abilities to not participate in elections or to like not fairly participate. So like I think I'm like struggling to understand in that regard why there's a standard of criticizing some offices for their decisions and how they function and not a standard for criticizing other offices, which I'm comfortable doing. And I also like I did let Mahika and Jonathan know like that this was something that like we were planning on talking about and that like I was going to bring up tonight. And I've also talked to both of them offline about like how I feel. Yeah, Kalechi.
If this is what we're gonna hinge on, I'm gonna say that I don't think it's fair to keep saying that anyone told you that your office can't sign a letter. I think you should distinguish between people saying that like you don't have the right or jurisdiction to do that and them saying that they didn't appreciate you not giving them a heads up. Like you're my friend and like we've all worked together like all year and I think we have a better relationship than people being like, oh, well, Robert signed onto a whole letter that I had no idea was coming. And you can feel like you don't owe anyone anything and you don't. Like you don't necessarily owe anyone anything, but like these are to some extent your friends and these are people you have a good working relationship with. And I think we've all established like a pretty strong precedent of keeping each other updated. So like even if you don't have to, you can't be surprised when people don't understand why you suddenly didn't. And I'm going to reiterate that people did not have the context that you had with this letter, and that is why they're confused. And so I just feel like you are, I don't want everything to be all like Robert sucks. Like it's not like Robert sucks, but I wish you might do a better job of taking maybe that criticism and not taking it so personally. Like I don't think anybody's trying to evaluate what you have the right to be doing, but I feel like you could do a better job of understanding why people didn't understand where you were coming from. And that's like all I ask, I guess, since we're still talking about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe the personal information that like I had or like what I witnessed or was purview to like may have influenced my ability to see the importance of releasing a letter like this. Even though I was trying to make sure that it was framed in a way that was focused on like public information that was widely known. Which
I think it might be also the assumption that the information was widely known because, you know, when I hit you up about it, I had no idea this was out there and I thought it was like in a completely different direction. So I think like it might be good for us all to be more sensitive to that.
Yeah.
Because I think like, I just don't want you to feel like anybody's saying you're not a transparent president. Like I feel like if anything, people's expectation that you would give them a heads up is reflective of how transparent you have been. But like also no one cares if it's a trend of past presidents before you that they weren't transparent. Like people are within their rights to call you out when they think they can do, like, you could have done better. And so I think it's just kind of disappointing to be sitting here and we're all tired and like somebody's saying, Robert, we didn't appreciate that you proceeded in this manner. And your response earlier was kind of just like, well, past presidents have been worse. Like, no, I don't think anybody wants you to feel bad or awful or terrible, but like there's a lot of, I think people are at varying like levels of how much information they have in this. And you can't expect them to engage with this on the same level as you if like they don't have the context that you have. And like, I don't know, I was just like kind of irritated that you're telling people to direct this energy at the people who deserve it, but you won't tell them like what that is or who that is or whatever it is. Like, and I'm not saying that you're wrong for not saying this like on USAC Live or whatever, but like you can't not tell people and then simultaneously expect them to know. So yeah, like if we're not going to talk about, I guess, the content of the letter, can we not spend forever talking about if you feel like your office can write a letter? Because I think we are definitely all in agreement that you can. And I think you also understand that people didn't necessarily appreciate the way it was approached, but like, it's midnight. It's even later for you.
Yeah, if that's it.
Last thing, was it answered? Did you answer whether if we're gonna talk about this next week again and like why? I don't think we should if the election board is going to handle it. Like this is the one time where I feel like Navi would be like in agreement where he would be like, y'all don't have any powers about this. Like it's all in his hands about how to punish people who do something wrong. And like I literally have nothing else to say about that. Like it's not my discretion. It's not in my radar at all to like care about like what's going to happen if an office does something. Because the only reason this all started was because certain offices did or are allegedly doing wrong things. And like there is something to do about that. But that power isn't necessarily with me or with us as far as I know yet. So unless you have an idea that there's going to be a decision made that says that, okay, it's ultimately up to council, I don't think that's where it's heading. I think unless Navi wants to talk about that.
Yeah.
Or Jamil.
Navi, I definitely want you to chime in. I think the only reason that I was wanting us to bring it up was because like my impression is that like a lot of the stuff that's been happening, for example, like internal elections, is something that like might not necessarily be sanctionable, but like still would constitute a violation, or not constitute a violation, that would constitute you know, and I'm not saying this is opinion on behalf of council, and obviously there's council members that disagree with that, and that's fair, but I think like that would be concerning to me, and I think that like we should have a further dialogue about it, was like my intention, because like with those sort of things, it's not something, like my impression is that it's not like an election code violation necessarily, like that alone. So like, and like I keep trying to revert back to the letter of saying that like that's what my intention, at least in signing the letter, was focused on. Was because I think I wanted that to be the conversation. But I'm not sure like what Navi your thoughts are on that, and if like just your opinion on everything. So and then Naomi too. Sorry, your hands up.
I'm exhausted. I'm gonna make this quick, and all I'll say is my intention when writing this letter was to encourage council to have a discussion about whether or not they feel that recruitment for offices prior to the conclusion of elections it should be allowed. I think in the future I'll make a recommendation to council with the upcoming council to maybe introduce them into their bylaws. But right now, I only have purview over individuals who are currently campaigning for an office and are engaging these behaviors. So if a candidate who's not running for office is running this entire event, I have no jurisdiction over that, and I'm not going to even try to assert any jurisdiction over that. I know my limits, but that still doesn't seem right to me. You know, as someone that's supposed to safeguard elections, if an institution is like, or if an office is starting to what's it called, recruit for positions when the results of the election and the election hasn't concluded yet. And I think that most people would probably agree with that assessment. Like, you never know what's going to happen between now and then, and it just doesn't seem right, especially if you're running opposed. But I mean, in these instances, there are for candidates that are running unopposed. But I just that's where that was coming from. I hope that adds some clarity. And that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And unless you have
So
specific questions.
to be clear, you talk kind of fast.
Sorry.
You don't have. So then. So that was specifically about like intern, or it's about both, where like you can't do anything about the hiring, you just issue a sanction, but like the practice itself is wrong, and so like that's where we would come in, or
Not quite.
how?
It was that like, say for example, I am the commission. I'm going to make up a commission. I'm the commission of, oh God, I have a fork in front of me. The commission of forks, and like I'm not running for re-election, and there's a candidate that is running to be commissioner of forks, I guess, but that person isn't involved in the hiring process. So as the elections board chair right now, I can't sanction the candidate that's running for the commission, like the fork commissionership, right? Because they're not doing anything wrong. It's the current commission that's doing something wrong. The reason why I had purview over the two sanctions that came out is because there were candidates who are engaging in that behavior. So my statement was that like I can sanction candidates for that kind of behavior, but I couldn't sanction like someone who's out of the elections process. I couldn't sanction them for starting their recruitment early. I mean, to the best of my knowledge. And so my thing is like, I think council should introduce some language at some point that prohibits that from happening, because then there's like no entity that can really stop that from happening. Does that make more sense? Or does my commissioner forks really just?
Yeah. So it's the commission who's hiring ahead of time, but not the
candidate.
Yeah,
But in the
okay.
instances where we sanctioned, it was the candidate that was hiring. And so I
Okay.
wouldn't have purview if it was just the commissioner per se, and they weren't running for re-election. And that's where I think council needs to step in and take some action there.
Okay.
So does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that
yeah.
was my motivation for the letter, and I think that was pretty clear cut. I'm not intending to make this into a super huge political debate. Like when I issued the sanction to Christina, who is a candidate for SWC, like I called her afterwards and I was like, I've been a part of SWC. I respect the work that SWC and the commissions do. And this isn't personal. It's just a matter of protecting the integrity of elections and protecting the integrity of the offices that everybody here holds.
Naomi, and then back to me.
I just wanted to say that I think we can just wait until like whatever investigation is occurring concludes and then decide if like we need to bring it up back at council. Like I don't think there's like a point in like speculating right now. And I honestly think like we should end soon.
Amen.
Yeah. The last thing I'll say is like Navi put into words badly, like how I feel. Like I think that's what I was trying to say earlier, was that like there's certain activities that are happening, like that, and maybe I misinterpreted this. And to some degree it sounds like I did, that like this was widely known, like about who and what and where, just like with internal elections and with hiring, that if the office does it or people that aren't technically a part of the campaign do it, it's not the election board's purview. And like it's more something that I think like we have to address as a council, because they don't have like the authority to sanction for it. And I feel like Navi explained that like much better than I did. And I'm sorry for that. It's late here, and yeah, I feel like I my train of thought on this went from asking questions about the content of the letter to like why did we write the letter to why is it important for council to even look at this. And I like really think it is important for us to look at this. And like I said at the beginning of this, is like, like my intention is not to call anyone out. And like I think like to address Tara's thing again is like I've been, I think, really clear about that. Like because I don't think anybody has ill intentions. I think like everybody's trying to do their best. But I think there's practices that need to be addressed in certain offices. And like when I said certain offices, I think like it was very clear I was talking about offices that like internally hire and internally elect. And if that wasn't clear, I am sorry. That was something that I just like assumed in my mind everybody knew was what I was talking about, which like could be my mistake, and I can acknowledge that. But like moving forward, I think I do agree with Navi's sentiment that like it would be worth talking about that component, the component that can't be addressed by a sanction, in that regard. So I don't know if that answers in part people's concerns. Yeah. Naomi, do you have your hand up again? Okay. Other Kalechi, yeah.
It answers my question, I guess. I wish we had like a while ago as to, I guess, like the trajectory of this conversation. So since I've spoken, I guess I'll say not against anyone specifically, but if we're talking about, I guess, like the hypothetical commissioner of Forks and the situation, like, yes, I agree that contested or not, you probably should not be hiring for your office before you're elected. Just, I guess, like out of respect for rules and just not to be presumptuous, I suppose. So yeah, but I don't I guess like my question now is, would we be trying, or was the intention for council to try and, I guess, amend E-code, or like what was the intent, or like what is the intention for us to try and do to address not like this specifically, but like this situation of the hypothetical Fort commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping at the beginning of this we would like get to a point where we could have that conversation. I know it's really late for everyone, but there were like multiple solutions I thought that like would happen. I think like it doesn't necessarily have to get to the point of like amending bylaws or E-code, if like we just reached a consensus. And like, you know, I did talk to Mahika and Jonathan and said that like I think like they should be a part of this conversation before this, and like let them know that this was like something I was wanting to talk about. You know, I think like if there was a way to reach a consensus, just like let's not hire before the names are out, or let's like not have something where the office and the campaign are so inherently linked, or internal elections. Like I don't think that might necessarily be needed to address in the bylaws or the E-code. But I do think that's a solution too. And that was like where I was hoping the conversation would go in the direction of. Obviously, as far as like taking action tonight, and this is why I like tried to include as a discussion item, was like I didn't think like that would be something we should do without like folks being here who are like included in a part of that conversation. But yeah, I mean, like I think Kalechi and Navi described like this and like my feelings about this in terms of why it was brought up very like much better than I think I was able to. And like as more things come out, like as like election board decisions come out, I think like it's very feasible that then we'll have information to like build off of about like why it's important to change the bylaws maybe, or why it's important to reach a consensus about how elections are run. But like that's just my thought, because I don't know what's going to be said in those decisions or anything. Navi, like I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
No, I'm tired. If anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer them. But yeah.
Are there any other thoughts on this? Anybody?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion is denied, but we can. If okay, are there any comments about anything before we adjourn?
I don't think we're doing good in welfare.
Wait, what? Sorry, I didn't hear Jonna.
I don't think we're doing good in welfare.
It's 3:30 my time.
I love y'all, but I can we not this time?
I have class at like 9. Can we not?
Okay. Thank you all. We'll adjourn then at 12:31 a.m.
The recording has stopped.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.